There you go. There's your sign. But now I'm speaking. But good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me this Saturday morning. Good morning, Mirza. Thanks for hanging with me as well, sir, and all your help. All right, let's get this party started. So, welcome to the Funded Trader System. Passing firm evaluations for financial freedom. All right. All right. So this is how I want to have this course structured. Audio's not great. How's it for everybody else? Does it sound like I'm far away, or am I up and good? All right, let me double check, make sure it is going to my headset real quick. It should be. All right, how about now? Yeah, like a speakerphone that makes me think, no, it can't be my webcam. It's not even plugged in. Better? Okay, excellent. Okay, yeah, I just changed it there. I might have been pulling it from my computer or something. Anyways, I'm glad we got it fixed. All right, so the way I got this whole class structured, I'm going to start it off with saying, like, I am not perfect. Like, to me, a lot of this stuff, I go through it, and like it's second nature to me, right? And so there's parts that I miss, right? Because I don't realize I have to no longer think about it. It's just something I know. So if like a good question's asked, or if something pops up, or like, oh, we should probably throw this in the class, then I'll go ahead and then we'll go ahead and add it to the class. Once the class is complete, you will get a PDF version in the class folder. Basically, as it continues to grow, ultimately, um, for those of you that are with me over the next 3 months, I intend to continuously keep it growing, right? And to ultimately like the best little PDF you'll want to defend with your life or something. I don't know. That's a little um, exaggerated, but I think you can understand where I'm coming from with that. But that is the idea. Kody's beard is weird. uh, that's funny. Um, um, okay, y'all ready? Y'all ready to do this? All right, and also one other thing, I'm sure there's gonna be tons of questions, which is fair, and I'm here to answer them. We are slotted to go from 10 to 12. If we go over, I am okay with staying. I will stay until this is all done. I believe we get it done in 2 hours, but however it goes over, like I said, then I'll stay over until we get it all taken care of. You know what I mean? But that's the window right now. And as far as questions go, at the end of each, we'll call it little section, there I'll take a moment to ask for questions, really. Like and I like to keep the questions in the subject matter just being covered. So like if we're covering trading view and we haven't started covering the prop firms yet or whatever, don't start asking about the prop firms. Like, hold on, we're getting there. Let's go ahead and just start. We're taking each step at a time, and by the time we get there, maybe you'll have your answer done. However, say we covered trading view, and now we're covering prop firms, but a trading view question pops up. Sure, ask that question, but was at least keep it on things that have been covered there. You are going to learn my trading strategy there, HCP. The strategy is what passes the funded accounts. That is what passes the funded accounts. You don't just pass them by. You need a strategy to pass the funded accounts. But yes, you understood everything correctly. There is a strategy portion to this. All right, so I was going to get started. So just a little bit about me. We're going to talk about me. We'll talk about the prop firms. We'll talk about the futures markets. We'll talk about the 6 that I watch. You could use this setup honestly on any futures product you want to trade. However, I focus on the 6, and for me that's plenty. But though I'm sure if you're more of like a forex trader, you may be more in tune with that type of market. I know they have futures and forex and things like that. This setup could be used on any futures product, but the 6 that I use we'll discuss there. Talk about the tools needed, and then here you go, ACP. We'll talk about the setups that I trade, and then also trading as a business, how to really do that, and how you could leverage these firms to really trade as a business. and hit your financial goals. All right, so a little bit about me. So I've kind of been all over the place in terms of financials, or like not financials, I guess. I was going to go into I meant resume. My resume has been all over the place. Um, so my trading expertise, when I'm trading options, I prefer spreads because that is options to me. The Greeks matter, so I am more of a spread trader. I do have a background in dirt pool trading, directional trades, that type of stuff. And then I've done, as far as trading goes, I've done everything from day trading low float stocks, day trading futures, day trading mega caps. I've done it all. Professional experience. I was a U.S. Marine rifleman, as a flight paramedic, a high threat contractor. I've been a prop trader for the options and future side. And hobbies wise, I do a lot of things with my family. My family is my main thing. I like to do outdoor activities, get the kids outside, get them away from whatever screen they are trying to use. And then I do enjoy doing a bunch of like firearm stuff. And then as of late, I've gotten pretty heavy into jiu-jitsu stuff as well. Got a tournament coming up on the 2nd. Got to get ready for that. I get choked out. All right, so continue on. All right, my journey in trading. This doesn't change much from what most of y'all probably heard in the webinar. So how I got into trading. So here's the picture on the left with the big saw right there. That's young. I think I was 18 right there in Iraq. At the start of like the Iraq War and whatnot. And then ultimately, like so, right out of high school, went into the Marine Corps. Got out, become a paramedic. And then ultimately tied the two skill sets together. They took my tactical background and then tied it to my medical background, and then it turned me into this guy right here, where I am now a tactical medic for the government in high threat areas. This particular one picture right here is where I was part of the QRF, where I was an air ground QRF. So basically, anything and all things bad that occurred to any of the American interests and assets and people and all that stuff over there, it was my job and my team's job to go get them out of danger and get them to safety. Um, on top of that, um, so how this all transitions into trading is while I was on this side, I was wanting, my first son was on the way. I couldn't trade because internet was blocked. I paid a local Afghan cash, U.S. dollars. It goes a long way in that country, and I would give him some cash. He would put data on a mobile hotspot for me, and I learned to trade on um, a, a mobile hotspot as good as I got. And then I learned to swing trade for there, and just really grew. And that's actually where I started to. That's when I joined the prop trading world. Was whenever I was overseas. Like I mentioned before, I had Skype interviews over there with the firm and whatnot, and jumped through all their hoops, and then ultimately got my hands on their cash. And I still traded for the prop firm while I was still contracting. Just I could swing trade while I was at it, while I was over there doing all that stuff. I double dipped on the income. But that was how I got to trading. Basically, went from the military, went overseas, and wanted to learn to trade so I could find a way to come home to my family. I think it's really important to understand our why. Everyone is here doing something or needs this for something, right? For me, my why to learning to do this was my family. Um, or at the time, I only had my wife, and my first son was on the way, and I had a lot of guys on my team that been doing it longer than me, and they were kind of stuck, like they couldn't go home. I would be overseas anywhere from 3 months to sometimes 8 months at a time overseas, and then I would come back only for about a month or a month and a half. And I didn't want to miss out on my kid's life, right? And so I wanted to find a way to have my money make me money, and then actually have the ability to stay home with the family. So that's how I kind of got into it. It was really my family, and I think it's really important that everyone understands that. Everyone focus on your why. All right, so about the jump in the platforms. Yeah, that's the 249. And okay, so think or swim. So the charting has to happen on TradingView. Thinkorswim does not have the super trend indicator. Thinkorswim does not have the appropriate wrinkle bars. They do the wrinkle bars based off of just a block. You choose a random number and it goes. The wrinkle bars that I use in this particular strategy also, you can set it to ATR. Also, the anchored VWAP is important. The anchored VWAP is a tool that you could use on TradingView, and the one on Thinkorswim is not accurate in my honest opinion. Wrinkle bars. We'll dive into that. James is going to blow y'all's mind on it. We're going to cover everything here, so do not worry. We're going to cover it. I'm going to pull up TradingView. I'm going to show you how to set up your charts, and then we're going to get to the firms, and then we'll get some of that. So we're going to do it all together. And so you can see how it's done, and also this is also recorded and whatnot, so you may see it as price continues on. Okay. All right, so prop firms, what are they? Why do we use them? And how do they work? Some of this is going to seem pretty quick. Things where we stick around, where it's going to take the most time is covering the setups, and then also setting up TradingView is going to be relatively easy as well. Trade Ninja carry, I am not sure. I actually don't use Trade Ninja. Or Ninja Trader, sorry, Trade Ninja Trader. You know what I mean. However, TradingView, it's like $36 or something like that. And in the grand scheme of things, and the amount of capital you can be pulling out of this, it could it's a small price to pay, especially if we're trading off of like if you're trading as a business. Sorry, is what I'm getting at. As far as TradeStation, Stephanie, I am not sure as well. All I'm using is TradingView for charting, and then I use my Tradeovate for using Tradeovate for executing trades. TradingView for charting, Tradeovate for executing trades, and I'll walk y'all through all of that. Because Tradeovate has the free trade copier, and that is where the benefit of using multiple accounts comes into play. And I know there are some third-party trade copiers out there, but I do not actually, I don't know of any of the other ones other than Tradeovate. It's all I've used. All right, so prop firms, what are they? So basically, these are firms, financial firms, that trade their own capital. Why own capital? Own capital versus having like clients, right? That's kind of the difference there. Is like if you are, so there's like brokers, right, where you have clients. You're taking their cash and you're trying to grow their account. However, as a firm, it's like the capital is the business and the business is the firm, and then they allow their employees, which are the traders, to grow the account. So instead of like selling and buying things, we're actually going to go ahead and trade that's how the firm grows its money, by its employees, which are the traders. That's kind of how it grows. And there's tons out there. They right now, there for a while, I know there was a lot of concern about the legitimacy of these, and I know there has been a fall of a lot of firms. And I want to ask y'all, do y'all happen to know why, which firms have failed? Because there's only been one thing that's been common on the firms that have failed. No idea? All right, the firms that have failed, like Surge Trader failed, all the other ones that have failed. No, they're CFD firms. CFDs are illegal in the United States. They were pushing CFDs. So what exactly is a CFD? A CFD is actually you're trading it as a so it's like they're like Apple, Google, all these U.S. stocks have CFDs. What actually is CFD is whenever you purchase the CFD, you can buy however much of the CFD, and it actually has no impact on the actual ticker itself. You're not actually buying shares. It's almost like placing a bet. Hey, I think this is going to go up, or hey, I think this is going to go down. But it actually has no influence on the actual stock price itself. Same as the indexes and all that stuff. It actually doesn't actually touch the market. So yes, and they're very popular in overseas markets, yes. But in the U.S., it is actually illegal because there is actually no, my understanding, there is no regulation. But that's the firms that have failed in the U.S., the CFD ones. Now, from there, the ones that are pretty popular right now is futures. And the ones we're talking about today is also just all futures. All right, so why do we use prop firms? This is a very important part. So they are beneficial for a variety of reasons. So back when I was I say back like it was a long time ago. I just recently separated from the small account mentorship, but yeah, I would always say tell the members there, like if you have a small account, look into trading futures. There's no pattern day trading rule, and especially if you only have like $100, $200, you don't need a lot of money to at least get started. So don't throw your $200 in a small options account where you're going to risk a $1, $2 trade trying to get 20%, where you're going to get $20, and then you're going to like, oh man, this is going far. However, you can spend whatever amount at whatever firm that is less than $200, get funded, and then you could pull out whatever amount, a few thousand at least, before you take in a payout from that $200 amount. So I think it's a very great thing for small accounts. However, just like I talked about in the webinar, I'm sure all of you here watched the webinar, was if you have a large account, instead of having your money tied up in a trading account, you get to have your cash put aside, working in a some other income source, or there's also a way to use it when it's trading as a business, and I cover that some at the end of the course. But there is a way where you can put your money aside and trade. I call it free of mind, because you know your bills are covered. And there's a lot of tax benefits as well, and that's also covered some more at the end of the course. All right, so I get this question a lot. How do prop firms work? So basically, kind of like it all says here, there's capital provisions where traders have access to a large pool of capital and they execute trades. And then a lot of times there is like a profit split, like profit sharing. Depending on what firm you go with, they'll have different numbers, and as far as profit splits go. And so that's all based on dependence upon the firm you go with. And there's always an evaluation process. So if we talk about the first firm I traded with when I was in Afghanistan, that process took me 8 months. It's a lot different now. I paid 11 grand and it took me 8 months. Now I could pay $50 and be done in 2 to 3 days or one day, whatever one you're deciding to go with. So the prop world has changed. And like I mentioned, they all have profit sharing, and there's always risk management. That's the main thing, because you think about it, you don't want one of your traders going on tilt, and then they're blowing all of the capital, and now the firm has no money, and now all the traders don't have a job. So, which would be bad. That one trader messed everybody up because he kept on dollar cost averaging or something. So that is basically how they work. Oops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, choosing your firm. All right, so this one, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of questions. Or actually, before I even dive into choosing the firms, any questions as far as how they work and all that type of stuff? Any questions up to this point? I forgot what CFD stands for. It's like Certified Financial Derivative or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. You can Google it, and there is a breakdown of it on there. Pretty straightforward so far? Okay. In my head, it seems relatively easy, but if there's a part that gets hicked up, by all means, let me know, and we can get that addressed. All right, choosing your firm. How many of you already have a firm account? Or I've already looked into some that you're messing with? Yeah, okay. All right. So we got Top Step, Apex. Okay, very popular ones. Nothing wrong with either one of those. Nope. Okay. Apex was Rhythmic. All right. Awesome. One of each. All right. Nothing wrong with that either. Okay. So, so I imagine most of y'all already know the rules and are familiar with it. That's awesome, and we'll continue forth in here. Okay. So, try and trade. Okay. Awesome. I haven't heard of Trade the Pool. Actually, Susie, you asked about that during the webinar, didn't you? But I haven't actually looked into them yet. I think I saw an ad for them, but I haven't looked at them yet. All right, so prop firms. All right, I get this asked quite a bit, and I am like, in my most, I would say this in the most respectful way. It is not meant rudely or anything, but you really just have to look into it yourself, because there is a, like, it's really trader preference. They all have different rules. Me, I I don't care which one I trade with. I intend on actually having funded accounts all across all of them and just kind of rolling with it. But you really do need to like look into it yourself and find one that jives best with you. Because some traders are like, oh, I really hate Apex. That's fine. Don't go with them. Go with whatever one you like the most. And that's really your call. And I can't really tell you which one is best for you because everyone is different. What's really interesting now is there are some firms now that allow you, like it says right here, to go straight to funded. There is no evaluation process. You can go straight to funded. And I'll show you one of those here in a moment. However, there is a catch to where you have to where it does cost more, obviously, because you're going straight to funded. That's how they're going to get you to pay more for it. However, if you are skilled, you go straight to funded, and then, hey, there's no evaluation process, you're all of a sudden getting paid anyways. But there are some of those. However, you do have to pay up front for it. You want the goods, you're going to have to pay for the goods. Yeah, lots more. Absolutely. Yeah, it's significantly more, isn't it? Yeah. Um, all right, let's continue. So here is a list of some with evaluations. So Apex, Top Step, there's Take Profit Trader, My Funded Futures, Elite Trader, all of these right here. And so here are a few of the ones with evaluation. That seems like they pop up every day. However, these are the most popular ones. So I can't vouch for all of them, right? I don't know. So do your own due diligence. If you're willing to take the leap in trying one that's with any of them, really, even if they're on this list, not on this list, any one you're willing to take the leap on, do your due diligence and accept what you're about to get involved with and go from there. But these are the main ones that are known out there in the world at the moment. Going from here. All right, so there's these ones, and there are some that are without evaluations. There's Fast Track Trading and TradeFi. So what I'm going to do with y'all today also is I'm going to purchase some evaluations, and because my goal is to live trade these with you as we or get them to the funded part and then get them to the so we're taking withdrawal, right? Because that's the point here, and we'll get it done there. Take profit. I'm actually thinking I want to give this one a shot. I know a few, we'll call them, I know personally a few, we'll call them trading influencers or whatever. And he told me TradeFi paid him in 1 hour. And I was like, really? I'm interested in giving it a shot. So some of y'all may know Simba, maybe on, he's known in the Twitter space and whatever. And him and a partner created this company. They are new. However, they're taking payouts. He said they could run 100 payouts an hour is what they run in. So every hour they could pump out 100. That's what their system can control. So I may get these ones a shot and see how it goes. And then another one is okay. So there's one. This one is fast track funding. I almost took it. Almost took it off of here. So I am going to put like a star here because they could just be running into a weird slump. But what I will say is I have seen that there is some people that had a hard time getting paid from them. They had well, I won't say they had a hard time. They had to wait a while. So I've just seen it online, so I don't know if it's legitimate or not. It's just something to be aware of. Like I said, if you're looking to get involved with it, then just be aware of doing your due diligence and kind of going with there. But that is something I have seen across Twitter and whatnot. But this is one I may sign up with, or I might try Elite Trader Funding because I do have that big discount going, and hop in there and go with it. Oh, they have a booth there. Good to know, John. But I've just seen some of the stuff on there, and like I said, I don't know if it's legitimate or not. I just know some people were waiting on payment since I think it was September 19th, so a month today. I don't know if they received it or not, or whatever. I haven't really gone hunting it down. I just noticed a lot of it was being talked about, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's kind of unfortunate there. And what would Rich like? You find it helpful if there was a slide that listed the questions to ask as we're evaluating different firms. How many days? Okay. Okay. Well, actually, I'll show you all here. My goal here was also to pull this up. So I want to show you where to find the rules as we're talking about firms. Let me make sure. Was that end of it? Okay, how to set up accounts. There we go. I put this slide here to remind me to pull up the firms. Okay, so if we're going to talk about, so I talked about this one, right? I'm looking at this one or the TradeFi one. So if we go to evaluations on this one, so what are some of the rules you need to be aware of? Okay, so what you need to be aware of is some of the common rules. They're all placed right here. So let's just say I wanted to do the one-step one. This one has a max drawdown of 2,000. So what does this mean? So this is the one that that has the intraday unrealized profit trailing drawdown. So that is the one similar to Apex. It goes from account high to it moving down there. And then so this is something that would have to happen or as it reads your account high as it pulls back. Now, end of round, the difference here is, okay, yes, thank you, Mirza. All right, so now this one is end of day trailing drawdown. That's two main things I want you to realize. So basically, this one right here, whereas unrealized profit trailing drawdown is similar to Apex. If you have end of day drawdown, is similar to Top Step. So, but the difference is so this one has a max drawdown of 2,000. Okay, so if you drop the account down $2,000, you lose the account. However, it has a daily loss limit of $1,100. So how does that work? So let's just say your account drops down to $1,100. You lose $1,100 total. Then your account will be automatically liquidated, and you can't trade for the rest of the day. You can't trade the rest of the day, and you come back tomorrow, and now you have $900 to work with before you hit that 2,000 drawdown. Now, say you lose the 900 from there. So from your 1,100 to 900, that's gonna be a max $2,000 drawdown, and that is when you would lose the entire account there. So that is where the main difference is there. Now, also another thing is some of them require minimum days traded. So this one particularly has 5 days. So what I personally like to do is like, okay, 5 days. And this comes in terms of picking your profit goal, right? Like how much should I kind of make a day? We just say the market's moving and you're in good sync with the market, and then you would come in and be like, hey, all right, I just take 5 days divided by 3, so that means I would have to make I would like to make at least $600 a day to be funded at the earliest. Is one way I look at it. Um, but however, I like to at least get it done if at a bare minimum, personally what I do, like, the goal here is even if it's going to take a while, if it is going to take a while, then um, the goal is not to have to pay another subscription. So what does that mean? So that means you have 30 days, right? The goal, like ultimately, you don't want to pay more. You don't want to have to buy this again, basically. So in that case, you know, if you're going to go ahead and just say you picked a 50,000, you have 30 days, so that's a month. Hey, you just have to make $100 a day. Oops, $100 over the course of a month if you want to wait a month, and then you're funded. But at a minimum, that's how I like to judge my goal. Is like I just don't want to have to pay for the subscription again. If I have to trade over a month just to get funded, then I'm not being aggressive enough, or I need to take a step back and try to evaluate something. Like something's not clicking, because a $3,000 profit goal is pretty obtainable when trading futures if doing it correctly. No, it is only from realized profits. So this one, the end of day drawdown, only occurs it's based on closed trades. That's a good way to explain it. It's based on closed trades. So say you have an open trade and it's still just like going up, but then it pulls back a little bit and you close it. This doesn't matter because it's based on where you closed it. However, when you're doing the unrealized one, it's going to take your high up here. So it's only based on realized when you're doing this. So this is also trader preference on which one to really choose. Now we talked about the minimum days, the resets. All of them have a different cost on reset. Something I will say is like whenever they have discounts going on, sometimes it's better just to say you blew the account, it's better to just cancel it and then repurchase another one. So like you don't want to pay $75 for an account right here, and then it actually be, we'll zoom in here. Hey, you don't want to pay $75 to reset the account when all you have to do is pay $44 to buy a brand new one, when resetting is the exact same thing. So those are some things to be aware of. And then also there is always an activation fee for the most part. Like right here, it says you can either pay $80 a month for this particular company, or you pay a one-time activation fee. So one-time activation fee for them is, if you did the 50, looks like it's gonna be 150 bucks per account. So that is kind of like how it goes there. Commissions considered. To be honest, I don't even consider commissions when it comes to placing a trade. It's just the cost of doing business. So I really don't have an answer. It's not even a blimp on my radar, to be quite honest. Okay. So there's that. All right. So let's see where we're at in the slide real quick. I'll bring this over here so we get back here. All right. Any questions as far as like the account wise? Like as far as like things you need to look at before finding the firm that you're going to best jive with. Yeah, I can't give it, like I mentioned, I can't recommend which one to get for a beginner. If you're just beginning, I would say go small, really. Go with one that has like a $25,000. It's cheap, and you go with it. Um, so is end of day better? It really is trader preference. Like I trade, so I have Apex and Top Step. They're literally the two different options, end of day and unrealized. And I trade them the exact same. So I trade them the exact same. So I really can't say which is better because I don't let it affect my trading. I traded the setup the same way every time. It doesn't mess up anything. No, okay. So the activation fee. So think of it like so you're paying. So you pay for the evaluation, right? So you pay for the eval, and what was it, like 25 bucks? We'll just use that example. All right, cool. You get funded, right? Now they have like an activation fee to where you can either pay $85 a month or whatever it was, or that's a month, right? Or big or you could pay the 150 for, and then you don't have any monthly fees. So the choice is yours. And I know a lot of people are like, "Oh my gosh, that's such a scam." Well, when I was prop trading in Afghanistan, they called it desk fees, not activation fees or anything like that. It's called a desk fee, and I had to pay $200 a month. So it's a very well known thing. And yes, you pay an activation fee across every single account. Every firm has it. It's a business model. It's just the way it is. Nothing we could do about it. And then also, so like this Elite asks for 150. Right now, Apex, I believe, has, I think it's 35, 85. I don't know. It's on their website. Let's pull it up and find out. All right, so it's $85 for a lifetime with them, with Apex right now. So if you sign up under them, you only have $85 activation fee. So yes, it would be 150 across the 20 accounts if you did that with them. Correct. So that'd be a $3,000 investment for you if you did the lifetime. And if you, so after, say you blow your funded account, you will have to start from square one again. Basically, is the best way to look at it. You have to go ahead and buy the evaluation again, pass it, and then pay the activation fee again. So I know it seems like, it could seem like a lot. However, let me break it down this way. It's a business plan. Don't let it discourage you. So let's just say an example is you have your, let's just say in this example, you have 20 accounts, right? 20 accounts. And they were, we'll call it roughly $25 each. So that's going to come out to $500 for your 20 accounts. Okay, you're all right. You're already $500 in the hole. You get funded, and now you are at 3.5 in the hole for the cost of doing business. You are now at 3,500 whole. And you're right, it is tax deductible. That's when you could write the stuff off as a loss, or not as a loss, but it's a cost of doing business in your taxes, where you actually decreases your tax. That's how it works for me. I'm not a I'm not a CPA. I'm not a tax professional, but that is what works for me. Disclaimer there that I have to say. All right, so where did the 3.5 come from? So you have 500 for your 20 accounts. You have 3K bill for your activation fees. So that is, I'll just put act. So now you're a total of $3,500 in the hole. Okay, so now you get back, and this is if you're doing 20. You could do 1 or 2 or whatever. The number amount is yours. This is the max you're paying, so don't let that bother you. All right, now you get your first payout. And say if we do the business plan that I have in here, where you're trying to take anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 out, 10 to 40,000. Let's just say you have this 20, and then you have this, and then we'll say you take your first payout. So I believe it was you traded 10 days, and now you traded 10 days, and then let's just say you take out 1,000 out of each account. So that means you just got a 20K paycheck for trading for 10 days. So now you are 16.5 positive. That's the cost of doing business, right? Does that make sense? Like, I understand that this could be discouraged, but if you just get your account to the spot where you take 1,000 out of each account, that's a $20,000 paycheck, and now you're positive. And then you just keep rolling it this way. And every firm is different. So that's how all that works, and looking at it from that perspective, going from there. And this is only if you do 20. If you do 5, 1, 2, whatever, it all varies from there. Which one will allow you to hold over the weekend? Diamond hands or something? You have to check it out there. Okay, so a little disclaimer. So trading for prop firms is a wonderful way to make a lot of money with little upfront investment. However, like I said, you need to be an adult and look to each firm that fits you best. Like I've said this over and over and over, and I'll probably keep saying it because I keep getting asked which firm is best for me. I don't know. You need to look at which ones are best for you and then trade it from there. However, the trading strategy that makes you money works on all the firms. So that is ultimately where it comes from there, right? So it works on all of the firms. Now, which firm you go with is ultimately your decision. All right, so you need to trade both Apex and Top Step. Okay. Let's pay you 6,000. Okay. Payout number 3. Awesome, Steven. I love it. All right. Looks like almost y'all. Any questions about as far as all that stuff goes? All right. I want to say everyone is good. Okay. Yes, taking money out with brings down your drawdown. For trading equity and options, Vijay, there's a ton out there. Or I guess I can't say there's a ton. There's not a whole lot of them, but you just have to kind of like look into that as far as options goes. Right now, we're going to focus on futures. You could do it personal. Okay, so personal or a business name. If you already have an LLC, this is the way I went about it. Even when I started as a prop trader a long time ago, was I started off personal first, and then I was like, all right, if I get consistent, I will go ahead and if I get consistent, then I'll go ahead and open up a LLC because that's going to cost money, and then go from there. So I got consistent and opened up an LLC. So you can start personal and then go to um, the business side, or using an LLC or S corp or whatever is best for your state, because I know it varies from state to state. Is it going to be an ongoing thing, Chris? That really depends on y'all guys, to be quite honest. If there's interest, maybe. If not, hey, maybe not. And yes, there's no capital gains. You get paid as a contractor. Is how it goes. So that's how that kind of works there. Get 1099. Okay. All right, so let's continue forth. Okay, so I'm going to ask y'all this. Does everyone have their prop firm account? That's what I want to ask. Is there anyone that has not received one yet? Okay. Okay. If you have not, have you done the research to find out which one you would like to go with at all yet? Like, there's no, I'm not telling you to go do it right now. I was just simply trying to get a feel for kind of like what's going on. Okay, so for those of you that do not have it, I can't pull it up and show y'all it because there's not, I don't have, like it's a one-time thing. But what I do want it to explain to y'all, because I can imagine this is going to be an issue with some and the questions pop up, is after you sign up, which say you sign up with Tradeovate, that's what I personally use, right? And I just know this happens. So you have Tradeovate. When you first sign up, you're going to open up your Tradeovate app and you're going to be like, oh man, this isn't working. Right? Why isn't it working? And then from there, once you get funded, you're going to open up your Tradeovate and it's not going to be working. So what you have to do is you'll have to go to tradeovate.com, and this is where you sign your data fees, or not data fees, but your Tradeovate. This is where you sign your data form, right? Because you have to sign out on all of them. So you have to do it online first. So you'll go to tradeovate.com, and when you log in, it'll bring up the form you need to sign. And whenever you pull that up, you sign up, sign the documents, and then your Tradeovate application will start to load. It'll let you get in. So for me personally, I have Tradeovate, and then I download their platform. Their platform is downloaded on my desktop, and I use that on my computer to trade. If you wish to trade on the other ways and all that other stuff, that is fine. That's y'all's choice. Obviously, I'm not here to tell you how to place your trades, but that is how I personally do it. And I just know that is a hiccup a lot of times is you need to sign your data forms where you're declaring professional and non-professional, and then go from there. And yes, you could be non-professional as this continues on. So just wanted you to be aware of that once you log in, and once you sign up if you haven't done so yet, and that's where you sign your documents. It'll be the first thing that pops up. You do that before you even place a trade. The Tradeovate won't look appropriate for it. All right, I'm gonna go through the questions here real quick. Because you can't use the trade copier on Tradeovate, or sorry, on TradingView. Okay, and so you created an Apex account first. It created a Tradeovate account for me, correct? No, no, no. You do not need to create a Tradeovate account. The firm you go with will give you the account. You just have to have your stuff to sign in with to sign the data forms. So I'm gonna get Tradeovate up, or sorry, I'll get my other ones up over here. So I'll pull up Tradeovate, and then I guess I won't open up any accounts right now because it seems like everyone has it. The main reason I was thinking about opening them up was really just to if there's any hiccups along the way, but it seems like everyone already has their stuff, so then there's nothing to show there, and go from there. But no, you do not. I declare non-professional. Please do it. Open it. Oh, sign up with an account, but it doesn't like. Okay, you want me to sign? I'm going to ask you real quick. What does that help you do? If I sign up, this will be my username and password, which I'm not going to show you on the screen. I'm going to buy it, and then boom, it shows up. I'm trying to understand what it would help with. That way, I give you what you're looking for. Because I'm not going to show you my username and password, not my address, not my credit card number. Like if that's the parts that then it just boom, you have an account. So I'm trying to understand what's going on. Actually, here we'll do this. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Let's go down real quick. All right. All right, so if you're signing up for LLC or using LLC to sign up with your own name, every firm is different. It is under their frequently asked questions there. All right, going through the chat real quick. Same level. Oh no, absolutely. I'm going to be starting them up free. Here, let me confirm here. I'll just buy some real quick. Hold on. Let's see which one I'm gonna rock and roll with. Okay. All right, so I'm going to try the quick one. Actually, I'll pull this over here. So I'm going to look at this real quick. I'm thinking about testing out their 1 hour paying structure here. So first thing I do is I look at the rules. What can I do? And this is the TradeFi one. All right, so they have the 50K, 100K, 150K. All right, how much it is per month, the profit goal, how many contracts you change. Daily loss limit is none. Trailing drawdown is 2,000. Okay. The trailing drawdown is intraday, so not end of day. You have 1 day to pass. Reset is 45. Pretty sure they have a discount going on. I'll have to look real quick. And then what's growth? So you're paying double. They have a soft reach. So this is like the top step version. And then this is one where they have the straight to funding. You see how much you have to pay for it? So if you wanted the one-time fee, so there's no activation fee, but you go straight to funded, then you're gonna pay $700 for it. It's interesting. Pull this up over here real quick. Yes, you can use multiple accounts during the evaluation period. That is correct. All right. I saw they had a discount somewhere. Guess not at the moment. So they help. Oh, it was right there at the top. Okay. That's right there. All right, 55% off growth and then 40% off straight to funded and use code SPOOKY. Okay, so that's cool. All right, so I want to use that. And then I want to know, so like there's some other rules, right? Let's go to the help center. All right, payout withdrawals. What are the rules? Advance and growth. So traders receive first 100% of their 15,000 and then 90 after that. Traders can receive a total of 7 accounts. All right, cool. Payout approvals require you abide to the trade file. Okay, got that. All right, they have a consistency rule. This is something that kind of catches people off guard. Consistency rule. Consistency rule says that, okay, so it says 35%. So consistency rule means I can't take a withdrawal unless only if my largest win is 35% of, or is 35% or less of out of all the profits. So what that basically means is, say you're consistently making 1K, but then all of a sudden you pull out a 3.5K or above it, we'll just say 4K actually. If you do a 4K, then you're not going to be able to get a payout because you broke the consistency rule. And that's how this is one way how they get you. But don't worry, don't let this discourage you, because this trading strategy is not based on letting runners run for too long. That's why we take them out at the highs. So as far as the setup goes. So this actually does not bother me. I'm pretty consistent on my goals, so this doesn't bother me, but it's something to be aware of, because sometimes people get lucky and catch a huge winner. It's like, oh man, and then they can't take the payout. It's because they broke the consistency rule. But if you get a consistent, say you break the consistency rule, say some market, say on news you didn't know or whatever comes out and you make, we'll just say 14 grand, right? You're consistently making 1K, then bam, you make a 14 grand day. You're like, man, great. Now I'm not gonna be able to take out a payout. Well, what you can do is, don't worry, the profits don't go away. You'll just have to trade a few more days to like kind of level it out, and it's still there. Just stay consistent and then keep going with it, and then you still get the payout from that big day that was nice. And if anything, like a lot of people get discouraged by it, but don't let it discourage you. That's, hey, congratulations, you had a big day. It's not going to go anywhere. Just keep trading until it kind of levels out. It doesn't go anywhere. Your profits are still there. It's their consistency rule is, say, out of the entire time frame up until you request a payout. So out of all of your trades up into the payout, it can't be greater than 35, according to this firm. Apex does have a consistency rule, and theirs is also 30%, 35, something like that. And then Top Step, their consistency rule, theirs is a little bit different. Theirs is that you could only take out 50% of your total profits up until the first, I believe, 30 days. Not 30 trading days, but 30 days of the account being funded. And no, most of the time you don't pay for data fees. They offer it to you for free. A lot of it's not free on the website as well. So I'm gonna see. So this is just stuff you look at. So yeah, this, they say you have to trade a great 5 days or more. Okay, greater than $100. That's pretty common. That's on Top Step as well. It tells you the time, the threshold. Okay, a lot of them have account maximums for payouts. So okay, so this company has a payout window. I hate the payout windows, to be quite honest, but it is what it is. You want to play the game? That's what we have to play. Okay, where am I looking for? Here it is. All right, the payouts. All right, so here, this tells you the maximum, oh, sorry, this says the, all right, minimum payout amounts are, okay, the minimum payouts, usually there's a maximum payouts dependent. Okay, here's the maximum. So usually when you have the 50K, they say you can only take out 150 on your first payout, and you take 117 all the way up, and then that's where you can take out um, all of them. And then it looks like once you get to your 6, it can amount up to 25,000 per account. Interesting. But when you have more than one account, this adds up. Like I said, for mine, when I'm trading 20, I just take out 1K per account. That's it. Let me see this one again real quick. Go to the chat. All right, that's a good question. Does a consistency rule change when you're funded? See, when you're funded, no, that is based on the payout. So when you are funded, there is a little bit of a rule. It's all on their website and the help center. It's all on their website. Most of these questions are literally on their website, and it varies from firm to firm. Okay, going through the chat real quick. What does it mean trading data pass one day? It means you can pass in one day. So if you did the 50K and you got the, or sorry, and you got the $3,000 profit in one day, then boom, you're funded. Some of the other ones have 5 days, 3 days, things like that. So that is really what it means. All right, I'm going to compare these two real quick, because if I'm going to do, I'm feeling like I want to grab 20 accounts. Okay, here. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to go over here. I'm going to grab some of these accounts right here. Okay, so I'm going to come over here, and then so I'm going to go grab some of these right here. I'm going to grab the one step where it's at the high. This does not bother me because I don't let my trades go like this. I don't So if the trade goes like this, I don't really hold through the pullbacks really, or a big pullback. I like to get out at the highs and I just keep taking those base hits. So I'm gonna grab 20 of these real quick and then I'll show you how to set them up in a group trade. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this on over here. So I don't need y'all stealing my info. I know how y'all be. I already got enough emails and letters coming in the mail saying someone's trying to hack my stuff. All right, so when you sign up, a lot of it has this is always agreements, right? Always some type of agreement. So if I'm going to use this one particularly, scroll down, bam, bam, and then I personally use Tradeovate. Boom, got it. I move this over here. Okay, so what is this going to cost me? This is going to cost me $24.75 per account. So right now, I'm just going to sign up for one, and later there's no reason for y'all to sit here while I sign up for all 20 all by myself. But I'm just going to go through and buy this one. I'll go from there. Actually, before I do that real quick, there's like one question I got more on this real quick. I'm reading through the thing quick. Okay, so this company here, so the other one had this one has a 40% rule. That's not bad at all. And right here they explain it all to you what exactly that means. They pay you right. All right, payout process. All right, trade activity, subscription, rise onboarding. Okay, payout request. You can expect your payout approval to occur daily, Monday through Friday. All right, cool. Profit split, first 12.5 is yours. All right, payout structure, first pay cycle. So we did the 50,000. You can take up to 2,000 at one time. All right, the fourth one's cool. All right, at least $200. All right, you must complete 10 active trading days. Okay, 40% consistent rule. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll roll with them. I wanted to make sure there was no crazy little sneaky thing, and there's no. It doesn't look like there is a request a pay cycle. So it looks like once you just trade your 10 days, and then you hit all these parameters, and then you can request your payout from them. So I'll go ahead and sign up for this. I'll do some more elite trader fun in there. I'm about to get into all that, setting up the trading view stuff. But there seemed to be a demand that I buy an account right now. So, but I will, actually, I know what I'll do here. Let's continue forth. I want to grab a few real quick so I can show y'all how to do the group. How do you group your trades? So you're just clicking once, right? So just grabbing a few real quick. Actually, I didn't even see. Oh no, oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. All right, I'll give that a few minutes to load up there. Yeah, I'm saying like this is already taking longer than I expected, but I promise y'all, most of your questions are literally on the website that you're looking at using. I'm just waiting for a few of these to pop up, letting them be added to my account. Sometimes it takes a few minutes for them to pop up in your account, so then you could add them to the thing. So we'll continue forth. And yes, TradingView, I am going to walk you through how to completely set it up the way I have it set up. Okay. Get this one all the way here. Okay, so I just grab 3, and then so once that gets added to my dashboard, I will go ahead and show you how to group them. Where is, there it is. I got that question quiz. Okay. Continuing on. I'm gonna log in real quick to see if they added them to Tradibate. So actually, got to group them. This is actually a very simple process. Just a few buttons. It's like literally a click and drag. Oh, okay, let me fix that real quick. All right, cool. All right, so once you get all your accounts put up, this is how I personally trade on my Tradibate. So the way I set this up right here is you come to this little add modules right here. You just click here, and then you click Dome, right? Super Dome, bam, and then this adds it to your platform. All right, there it is. I was like, where did it go? Let's just say I wanted to trade, I don't know, bonds or whatever. Then select, okay, it tells you that, whatever, just hit okay. And then whenever you want to add this to your thing right here, actually, you know what? I think I could save this and share it with y'all on the room drive. I'll actually just do that. I didn't think about that for this one. So this is what I use to execute my trades on, actually. So all I'm looking at on the chart is I look like this, and all I do is click. This is all I'm doing. Click, click, click. So I have my ES, my NASDAQ. Right here, I do have Bitcoin. I was kind of looking at it a little bit. Haven't really quite traded it yet. I just need it. I was looking for something that's moving. And then I have the YM, the Russell, and then I have gold and oil. So this is all that I trade here. And I'll actually save this and have it put in the room drive if this is actually something you're interested in doing or trading that way. So this will put it all like that in there. You're lost. What are you lost on, James? So we signed up for an account. You open up Tradibate, and now we're going to sync the accounts. So right here at the top where it says the accounts right here, You go ahead and click it. You come on down to manage groups. And then right here, you have to name your group, right? Because we're grouping the accounts together. This one's going to be like my YOLO, right? We're going to YOLO one right here. And then from there, here are all the accounts that are available. And so whatever ones I want grouped, all you do is click and drag and click and drag and click and drag, whatever accounts you have. So in this case, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Okay, let's just say I want these 5 accounts. From there, you have to have you have to know that the quantity that is noted right here, it's 5, right? And I'm trading 5 accounts. And also you have to want to make sure that you have this highlighted. You go to yellow, boop, and you see how it puts it right there? That means I'm trading the entire group. So if I was to go ahead and click buy right here, right? And I set it a 5, that's going to send one contract to each of the accounts, right? Right here, if I clicked buy or sell or whatever, it's going to send one contract to each account. If I wanted 2 in each account, I put that at 10. So you have to do it in multiples of however many you group together. And that's all it is. I'm just clicking once here and it's dispersing it across all the accounts there. I do trade the NQ. That's what that is right there. I don't sit brackets up on Tradebait. No. Oh, and the reason I didn't go into too much detail here, James, because I'm actually going to save this layout and I have it put in the room drive, and all you have to do is upload it. So you don't have to do the legwork. You just upload it. But you hit the plus sign, hit the dome, and then you just, if you wanted to do it manually, where'd it go? Come back. We'll just say, like I said, bonds or whatever. Or it's copper, sorry. See, you see how much I trade it. And then from here, window, full size. See, click it. Oh man, how do you add it to that then? There has to be a way to do it here. Apparently, I do not remember. Full size, new window. Okay, I know what I did there. So you can hit the tab right here. So you open one DOM, right, or dome, and then you just put it here. So it would be like HG. And now I have it right here. So here's copper. So you open one. So if I was to go here, super dome. Now I see what I did there. Come back. Let's just say I wanted this one to have the ES. All right, so here's one. Now I want another one. I click here. I want the NQ. Bam, boom, bam. So now I have both right there, right? Now, to add another one, I click this, super dome, dom, and let's just say this one's going to be my Russell. Click, click. Where did it go? Oh, I thought I would have added it to this. Hold up, something ain't working right. Okay, gotta take it out. There we go. All right, so how I did that was I hit the toggle button right here. So hit toggle, and move it here, right? And then say I wanted like the Russell like we talked about. And if I wanted to take it out, I just click up here on the tab, drag it out. Boom, there's that. Then I'm still toggling. There's my NQ. And then if I want my oil, sorry, not that one, but I'll click here. Say I wanted oil, CL. Let's say we're going to trade this one. Then I click and drag it out right there. Bam. So there you go. Now it replicates it right there. So hopefully that helped you out there, James. So we set up there, but I'll actually save it and just have it put in the room drive as well. So you can upload it if that is a route you wish to go. So we covered doing a group trades, covered I don't want that there before I accidentally click a button and buy some copper. Okay, so we talked about the firms, talked about the group trading, and then let's see what's next. Okay. Up until this point, questions that are not already available on the firm websites. Is there any other questions? Hopefully that helped you out there, James. Walk you through it. Some there. The level 2 data feed, where are you getting that from, Brett? Because most of all the firms offer level 2 data feed for free. I guess that may be dependent on where you're looking at, because I am purchasing. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I declined it. I don't use it. It's a group trade. So if you have 2 accounts in a group, you have to do quantity set to 1. If you have set to 1, John, you won't be able to place the trade. If you don't do it in each, so think of it this way: all your accounts are grouped together, and it's just dispersing it across all of them. If you have 2 accounts grouped and you choose 1, it actually won't submit the order. It'll tell you you have to do it in multiples of the amount of accounts in a group. So it actually won't even submit it. It will tell you, hey, I can't do this unless if you have 2, you would at least have to have a quantity of 2 in there. That's what would happen. And if you put from Stoic Trader, if you put 5, it's 1 contract in each account and not 5 in each. That is correct. And yes, you can absolutely scale out. So typically what I do, if I put in more, um, if you put in like, say you put 10 and you want to scale out in 5s, yeah, you could just change it to 5 and then scale out along the way there. So you could absolutely do that. You do not have to set up Tradeovate separately. You just have to sign up under the firm. Okay, cool. And let's see. I believe so. They're Martine 100, but you'd have to like check it out there. All right. So we've been going on for about an hour and 15 minutes. With DOM settings, they're. What do you mean DOM settings? I'm not aware there are settings. It's just using it to enter the trades, I guess. It's just regular DOM. All right. So, what do we want to do? We're going on for about an hour 15. I'm going to give everyone a 5-minute break to get coffee, stretch your legs, do whatever you got to do. And then we'll continue on. And already at this view, I can already see that we're going to be going over time. So do not worry. We're going to be going over time, which is fine. And all here for it. But like I said, a lot of the questions that you are asking are available on the website. Like that is something you're going to have to go and check out, because we still have to set up our trading view. We still have to go through setups. We still have to go through all of that. And good or bad, y'all are stuck with me for the next 3 weeks to 3 months. So let's come back at set 5 minutes. So we'll go at 11:20. We will come right back. Okay. So 5-minute break. Come back at 11:20, and then smiley face. All right. See you in a minute. And I'm back. All right. So you need seconds for the or premium for TradingView? Okay. I was just looking at it actually, and I was trying to see which one because I did see that they both have the wrinkle charts. And let's see time. But I do have the premium for $50. But TPO, oh, the second base charts. Okay, so you will have to go premium if you want to use the premium or the second charts. All right, we'll cover that more whenever we get going there. All right, excellent. Thank you, Mirza. All right, so continuing on, and if you are confused, do not worry. We'll get you all squared away. I promise a lot of the things that have you confused, like it will all make sense as time progresses, and also it's all there. All right, so we've got a few minutes here. All right, so I'm going to assume everyone is back and ready to keep on going. So the futures market. All right, so what exactly are futures and everything like that? You can trade futures on almost anything really. Like there's like it says, oil, gold, there's wheat, coffee, natural gas, all the indices, currencies, interest rates, bonds, which is insane, right? And and there's even crypto futures contracts. So basically, in the easiest way, when I explain this to a new person, when you're trading futures, it is all the same as it's like trading a stock. You buy it at a certain price goes up, and then it actually, then you're in a profit. If you're short, price goes down, you're in a profit. The only difference is like the tick value. And I want to pull something up for you. So who here is not familiar with like tick values? Let me get this all put away here. Okay. You're not familiar with tick values? Okay. So I'm familiar with tick values. I'm going to go ahead and just pull this up because this is where most answers come from. All right. So a tick value. So whenever so the E-mini, right? It doesn't move in like 1 cent increments. It moves in um like quarter cent increments, like on quarters, right? It goes like 0.25. Right. So the best way to look at it is you're trading the ES and then it moves 0.25, like only a quarter. Like if you want to think of it as in cents, it moves 0.25, then actually that 0.25 has a value of $12.50. So depending on your contract size, obviously it means that this basically tells you how large of a position you can put on. And so for me with this strategy, if we're doing the 50K accounts, I honestly use 1 NQ, and sometimes I'll use 2 to 3 ES, and if it's the YM, I'll use 2 to 3, and if it's the Russell, then I'll use about 2, and if it's oil, I'll use about 3, and if it's gold, about 1, because gold could move all crazy. But if you're wanting to know the tick value um, of all of these products, there is a reason why I did not just like make this big old checklist and give it to you. And this goes back to how whenever I was an instructor. Yes, 4 ticks is 1 point on the ES, Steve. That is correct. Okay, so the reason I did not print up, and this goes back to whenever I've been an instructor for a lot of different things. I was a paramedic instructor. I was a lead medic as the contractor side of things, where I had to get everyone up to speed and train everybody, and continuously tested them and everything. And all that being said, like I'm a tactical small unit leaders course instructor. I've been like all kinds of stuff. And what I've learned over my years of teaching, if I just give you the answer, you will not remember it. So every time a student comes up to me and asks, "Hey, Kody, what is the half-life of Versed or whatever, like a medication, right? If you're unaware of what that is, if you don't know what all that stuff is, and I give you an answer, you're going to forget it. However, what I always told my students were, "Hey, I would like you to go look it up. Look up the answer. Look for your answer to your question." And once you have the answer to your question and you still have questions or it sparks another question, come to me and we'll have a conversation about it. And the reason I do that is because you will remember it. Instead of me just handing it to you, you're going to forget it. And then you're like, oh, okay, cool. Just kind of like, um, and then you just won't remember it. So don't think it's, I don't want you to think it's me being mean or something like that. It's really as that is the best way to really obtain and remember the information being given to you. Everyone here has internet because I know that because you're here. Everyone has Google. Go ahead and Google it. Look it up a little bit. There's a tons of websites that break it down. There's charts, even things like that. But I want you to do a little bit of the legwork um, to to actually learn it. Like I am serious about you actually learning to do this where you don't need me. And so this is just one of the working things you have to do in order to get there. So that is essentially what a tick value is. And every futures market has a different type of tick. Um, a good way to look at it too is I'll pull up Tradevate again. If you're unaware of how it moves. Nope, wrong button. Okay, so like, since I was like, wait a second, that don't look right. Okay, so I get that out of there. Goodbye. Okay, so here's the ES, and you look right here. You can see where there are. Right here are the ticks. You see how it goes in quarters? So, you know, like 0, 2, 5, 50, 75, 1, and that equals one whole point. And here's the NASDAQ, moves similarly, except it has a higher value. And the NQ moves like this when it goes, when it's all over the place. It's like a buck and bull, really. Um, and so you see that moves there. The Russell, and then let me have to get rid of that. The YM moves a few points. Oil is probably the easiest to remember because it moves like cents. Think of it this way: each 1 cent move is $10. Think of it that way. So one whole quote unquote dollar move is actually $1,000. So that's oil is pretty easy to remember. So 1 cent actually equals $10. Um, and then gold over here, you see it kind of moves in cents as well. So it's kind of like the best way to go about it. Yeah, you do not. You have to. So that's. I'm glad you brought that up, Edwards. Let me actually. I want to bring this over to the main screen because this is what I was talking about earlier in the beginning. So, thanks for sharing this. So, if you sign up and you have this yellow mark here, what is going on right here is you don't have your data signed up yet. So, with whatever firm or whatever you're using, this usually happens when you need to sign either the data form I was talking about. If it looks like this, you either have to give it about 20, 30 minutes, or it's usually 20, 30 minutes after you sign the data form. So that's when you go to Tradeovate's website, log in, and that's when they give you the forms to sign. So if you have this, you just have to wait a little bit. That just means you have delayed data. Bye, MSG. Thanks for hanging. So that did you catch that, James? Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's usually what you got to do there. That's a very common thing. Okay, so we got that. Let's go over here. And the strategies we're about to cover are covered in everything. I know a lot of this seems like logistical work, and to be quite honest, I didn't think it was going to go this long over the logistical side, but I get it's a new concept for a lot of individuals, and we're here to make everything clear. So that's the futures market, where all of these firms, for the most part, require you to day trade. So you will be closing these beforehand, so you don't really have to about um, rules and all that stuff. All right, so we're about to get into trading view. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to cover with y'all. And this actually hit me this morning, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't put that in the class, but it's something I should cover." Is the contract's front month. So we're always trading the front month. Okay, and so how do you identify the front month? The front month is what is the front month is so first off you go so you know when you put it in a stock like Amazon's like AMZN or you know Tesla TSLA or whatever, right? Um, futures market has uh, specific tickers and it goes like this. So when I first learned this, I was like, that's kind of weird, but it is what it is. So you have the ES for the E-mini S&P 500, right? The Z is the months. I'm breaking up in sound. Oh no. Okay, 1 second. How about now? It's only while I'm talking. All good? I'm not sure if you're messing with me, JR. You've been hanging out with Beat Navy over there. Scratchy? Oh, come on. I do. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me. I'm gonna unplug this and plug it back in real quick. Dare I ask, how about now? And friends from another device? I'll move my phone just in case if that's kind of what's going on. Better? All right, well, you know what they say about front month. Don't talk about front month, right? Not better. Hmm. Exactly. A bit better hearing static. Okay. It's interesting. Well, let me fix this real quick. I'll mess with this up here real fast. Yeah, I moved my phone out of the way. Shouldn't be anything else. It's kind of I didn't move anything whenever I started talking. There's a little bit of static. Okay, we'll see if it fades. We'll just keep pushing. Um, but I moved my little coffee cup away. The phone's across the room. Let's see if this works here. See if it maybe it fades a little bit, but we'll keep going here. I do not set stop limits, KR. All right, so first rule about front month is you don't talk about front month. So like I was saying, this is the ES here. It might be my computer. I noticed it's flickering right here for whatever reason. Like this isn't supposed to be flickering. So I don't think it's the microphone or anything. I think it's actually my computer. But all right, so the Z is the month and then the 4 is the year. So in this case, it is ES and then Z is it's not this particular month, it's the month with the most contracts. So if we were to actually look at that and scroll down, so right here you see December has the most contracts and everything's starting to slowly move to March. Whenever all of the volume here moves down to March, this will change to a different letter, and that's all it would be. So it'd just be like ES. I forget what the month letter is, but it'll be here. And Tradeovate even tells you. Tradeovate tells you, hey, there is, hey, it looks like all the volume's going to this other month. You might want to consider doing a contract roll. So that's really cool about Tradeovate is it tells you. And much clearer. Okay, yeah, my computer's fans calmed down a little bit. I don't know if Windows all of a sudden decided to start doing an update or something. All good? Okay, I'm glad it's better now. But that is all something to be aware of. But Tradeovate tells you it. It even gives you, being able to answer your question, even gives you the suggestion of what it tells you all the volumes moving to the next one, and then it'll actually tell you where all the volumes on the next one. So you just put it in there. So Tradevate does it automatically. It pops up, tells you, and then you just go ahead and put it in there. And then yes, you will manually change it. You just type it in, but it tells you what to change it to. All right, going through the chat real quick before we continue on, because I know we're about to pull up Tradevate. Or sorry, TradingView. If you want to use the way I am doing it, Steve, yes. And I'll show you. Before you go purchasing everything, let me show you what I'm using on TradingView, and then you go from there. How can you trade minis it's a $50,000 quote unquote account, Robert. It's not actually a $50 account. All right. All right, so we'll continue on. That's something to be aware of, and it will happen in the middle of the live trading. And so whenever that happens, it'll be a good demonstration there of how to do it. Yes, and the platform does alert it to you when to change it. And yes, they could be set there, Bob, on Trade All right, so tools needed. So let's get to the chart side because there's a lot of trading view questions here. So this is what I use, and this is why I use Trading View. Unfortunately, it has to be on Trading View really because Thinkorswim, believe it or not, is not meant for day trading. Thinkorswim is an options trading, even premium selling charting platform. That's what it was built for. That's what it does. You can use it for day trading to um, a certain part of it, but it's not all calculated correctly because that's not what it's intended for, right? That is why, how many of you have traded on Thinkorswim whenever the market starts to go crazy, then it freezes? Because it's not really meant for day trading. It doesn't have that kind of speed. People do use it for day trading, and there's stuff like that that can happen. However, that is not what it's used for. That's not what it was intended for. Does anyone know? I'm sure someone in here knows who created Thinkorswim. Who are the creators? I know someone knows the answer. Who created it? Right. Tom Sosnoff and I forgot his real name actually. I'm talking about Tom and Batista did. They created it together and they sold it to TD Ameritrade. Right? Those guys, what is their primary trading strategy? What do they do? Right. They sell premium. They're selling things 45 days to expiration. It is a slow process to trading, which is fine. It works great for them. They do great on it, right? However, it doesn't actually it doesn't actually fit the day trading narrative. That is why I don't like using the anchored VWAP on Thinkorswim. I don't like using the regular VWAP on Thinkorswim because I've noticed it does move whenever you change the time a little bit. I don't like that aspect to it. I want it to give it everything to me um, as it actually is. So the things being needed are going to be the time charts. So I do use the 1 minute up to the daily for analysis. Higher time frame down to 1. We will cover that as time progresses. Something new that I imagine many of you know little about, I would assume, would be the wrinkle charts. This was actually new to me too, up to a few months ago. However, to me, it takes a lot of the noise out in the day trading, and to where I could actually just see what's happening and just trade it. And for me, it takes the noise out. And if the noise is out, it's a much cleaner read, and it's easier to keep going. And whenever we get to when I pull up the charts and everything, I really think I think y'all will understand why I like it. And especially once you start trying it, I think you're like, oh wow, this is kind of neat. When I started using it, I was like, oh, this is kind of like kind of cool. It was eye opening for me. Um, all right, and the moving averages I use these on my time charts. So the moving averages is the 21 EMA, 34 EMA, 50 SMA, and 200 SMA. I use these on my time charts, which I'll show you how to set them up in a minute. Um, and then on my, and these also right here, I have this set on 1 second. I did recently start trying the NQ on the 5 second, and that was actually, instead of it being so sporadic, it wasn't too bad, to be quite honest. So I may just keep using the NQ for the 5 second, but everything else has been on the 1 second and has been very clean. VWAPs. I use the volume weighted average price, the session VWAP. So the session VWAP is defined by from the time the market opens at 5 p.m. Central all the way to the close. So I use the session VWAP, and then I use anchored VWAP. I do get asked a lot, where do I place the anchored VWAPs? I cover that later on here, where to anchor those prices and also how to trade them. I do use volume profile on the hourly chart. I'll show you how to do that as well here in a moment. I use that, and I'll tell you the why as well. And then I use something that's kind of new. It's called Super Trend. It's similar to the trailing ATR. However, it has a little bit of a smoothing factor to it. But I use it the same way you use a trailing ATR. And once we get to the setups, I'll cover that. Okay. All right. So this was my setup with the Renko charts, right? So this is how my charting setup looks. So typically how I kind of put it together is I have my 1 minute chart, like it says right here. And then right here, I go all the way to the daily, and I keep clicking, narrowing it down. And then I keep it on the 1 hour to 15-minute time frame, watching how price moves. Right here is my volume profile. And over here, I have the 1 second Rinko charts, which you can see Ringa means brick in Japanese. So they move in squares. And I'll explain a little bit more on it whenever I pull up. I have a few more slides on these. But this is what it looks like. And then here is my super trend. So in a nutshell, the way this works is, let's just say, okay, you see all these moving average trending lower. All right. Super trend flip negative, comes down, you catch a rally up, you get short, stops on the other side of the super trend, and then when it gets a flush down, like you close it up, comes back up, you get short again, get another flush, and then you lock it up. Or if you wanted, I mean, depending on how you want to do it, you just get short from here and you hold on the whole move till it flips if you wanted. It's really trader preference, but that is this is my setup with the Rinko charts, and it kind of smoothed it out for me. So this was it without the wrinkle charts. And there was just a lot of movement in here, and I was like, this could be a little bit better. And so I just zoomed in some and got rid of the time, or got rid of the time charts or Japanese candlesticks, and put up the wrinkle one. And to me, it just reads much cleaner. I would suggest you to play with it some. I mean, some of y'all are not going to like the wrinkle charts, but that's fine. The ultimate goal is what's cool about this strategy is you can literally take it and then make it your own. And you could keep the Japanese candlesticks up if you want. If you don't like the 1 second charts, you're like, no, I'd rather trade 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. It really doesn't matter. It's up to you to decide what works best for you. All right, so what exactly are Renko charts? Renko bar charts are a unique type of chart used for technical analysis, particularly popular in trading. Who knew? To filter out minor price movements and focus on significant price trends. And whenever I show you the settings, I have them set on the ATR. What's unique about the ATR is because it takes account for the current price action. Instead of it just picking a number and it moves random numbers, I like to set on the ATR because you're catching the current price movement and you're catching it, catching those moves there. And then will super trends still work with regular Japanese candlesticks? Nope, it works on any type of chart. So yes, it will work on regular candlesticks if that's what you wish to use, Thomas. Um, but unlike traditional candlesticks and bar charts, wrinkle charts are not based on time, but on price movement. This makes them effective for identifying trends and potential reversal points. So I use them. They help me know when, hey, price might bounce here, I might get out of the way. And I'll show you what I mean. It's pretty easy to identify support and resistance with them because they just kind of stop. All right, key features to wrinkle charts. They have a brick formation, right? Wrinkle charts consist of bricks, also called boxes, instead of bars or candles. The new brick is drawn only when price moves a certain predefined amount of the brick size. My brick size that I have set up is ATR. Here in a moment, I'll show you how to set those up. And then the price doesn't move enough to fill a new brick. No new brick is added. So if price is going sideways, it will not print a new brick because it is not moving anywhere. So it helps you know when price is moving. And bricks are always equal size vertically, but are either bullish or bearish. Anyone here use wrinkle charts before? Just curious. I was the as far as I'm aware of, I'm the only one that started messing with it. I've never played with them. I just started kind of like looking around. I was like, oh, I'm gonna try this, and then I'm like, oh, I kind of like love this thing. Not yet, Mirza. I'm gonna blow your mind. um, yes and no, a bit. All right, cool. I mean, give it a shot. See what y'all think. All right, so the brick size is the most critical parameter. Like it defines the amount of price movement that's going to require to form a new brick. Like it says here, you can either choose a specific amount, and then I personally use the ATR. Thinkorswim does have wrinkle charts. However, I will say it is not the same. I'm about to walk y'all through it. So do not worry. I'm going to show you how to set it all up. I'm going to pull up my trading view. I'm going to show you how to set up the entire thing. All right. So I have it on ATR. So it's that the movement is set to the current price action unfolding in front of us. So that's why I don't like the regular dollar amounts and whatnot. All right, and so like direction, a bullish break is created when price rises more than the prior break. It's simple enough, right? And a bearish break is created when price drops more than the prior break size. Pretty easy. And the breaks do not overlap. There is no time constraint. So if price stays within a certain range for a stated period of time, there is no new bricks. So if there is no new bricks forming, what do you think that could be a good sign of? You could use it as a form of assessment. Right, it's a sign of chop. If there's no new bricks forming, it's kind of like, you know what, maybe I should see how this. It's kind of like not moving yet. And what's unique about it on TradingView, I have it set up to where it blinks yellow when a new move is about to happen, and then you can kind of get a heads up on which direction price is currently moving. It's like a heads up. It flashes yellow, and I'll show you how to set that up. So it keeps you ahead of it. Um, but yeah, I'll show you how to set that up. But it flashes yellow, and whenever we do live trading, you'll see what I mean. It's also really good for trend identification. Rainbow charts are excellent for identifying trends because they ignore all of the small fluctuations and focus on bigger moves. Continuous same color bricks indicate like a strong trend, right? So we have super trend, and then we have the wrinkle charts that combine the ATR. So we have the ATR moving a certain way, we have the super trend managing our risk, and then we also have a higher time frame setup that we look for to manage as well, right? Excuse me. So all right, mentioning it, continue the same colors. All right, and to get also identify trend reversals. Okay, benefits of using wrinkle charts for those of you that are unaware, because I get it when something new is presented to you, it kind of gives you a little bit of hesitation. They do reduce the noise. If you've traded the NQ before, sometimes when you look at like me, I'm a big candlestick reader, and I have candlestick formations in this class for you. Whenever we, if I trade the NQ and I'm looking at the wicks could be all over the place. And I'm like, whoa, and the NQ is very volatile and it would kind of like mess me up a little bit. I wasn't trading at the best, but once I went to Renko charts, there for a while, all I focused on was the NQ. You catch the NQ in a quick move for 40 points. That's a quick, well, if you catch 40 points for one contract, that's about $800. And then so you across a bunch of accounts, that's a lot of money. So it really helped me recognize those movements and filter out the noise. And I already mentioned like the trend clarity because they only move when the ATR is moving in a certain way, and it really is a simple setup. It makes them easy to interpret it, and especially for beginner traders, which is really good if that is if some of you are new. This I think will take a lot of the noise out because it almost looks like just a line, and if it's just a line is moving great, then it works. So I personally like using the Ringo charts for training features. The main reason for training them allows me to see the direction of the ATR, like I mentioned. Um, my risk is controlled by the super trend, and I have not. I've noted that with Ringo bars, my stop is usually about 5 to 2 points on the NQ, which is a tight stop on the NQ. Usually, like the textbook stop on the NQ is about 20 points because it does move a lot. But when using the Renko charts and then the super trend, I'm actually able to narrow it down to 5 or 10. And so I'm only risking 5 or 10 points, but I'm still catching anywhere from 20 to 30 or 40 or sometimes even more, then the risk reward is great there. And the wrinkle star training is much more of a scalping technique instead of like trying to catch the overall trend pushing back and forth. Yes, Rocky, it is 11:51. I'm going to go over time. I already know it is. Once all the questions start pouring in, I know what we're going to make the 2-hour window. And if you have to go, do not worry. It is recorded. All right, so the wrinkle charts, whenever I'm scalping, I take 3 trades. If they're equally $200, that's about $600. However, doing time, you do have more risk, and then it will, you can catch one trade going that long, but however, it may um, have more drawdown and things like that. And also, um, each trading method has its own pros and cons, and it really is your preference. This style does go back and forth, and like it's interchangeable. You could do whatever one works best for you. Like I said, trader preference. If I'm using Rinko, but you don't like Rinko, you want to do 1 minute or whatever, that's fine. It works for the setup works across the board. And so how I even started using the Rinko chart. So this is how I even started doing it. Was so I was using time charts and all this stuff, and then sometimes I would get like I would take a loss, right? I'm like, come on, like you're getting chopped up. Especially the last few weeks, the market was kind of choppy. Well, not so much as the prior 2 weeks. I was like, man, but then I would use this. This is what my account revival strategy. I could be down $1,500, do my account revival strategy, and then I would climb it all the way back up to plus 2,000. So I would do like I'll be down 1,500 bucks or so, climb it all the way back up to plus two. So I'm make what was that double S about what $3,500 in a few minutes just doing this scalp revival, and then it hit me. I was all so how about instead of having it as my account revival strategy, why don't I just do this strategy, and then I won't need to be reviving anything because it's what I'm doing because I had so much consistency with it. And and then after that, after I focused on that, my consistency really did improve quite a bit. So this is kind of like where all the dots started connecting. Um, so like I said, I started using the time charts, ended up taking losses and stuff, started doing account revival, and then I was like, man, quit focusing on the other thing, just do the account revival, and then I won't have to be reviving anything. Okay. All right, so here are the Rinko charts. This is what I have it set up on. All right. So on TradingView, as we established, before we get into the settings here, it was noted that you do need, actually, let me double check this, make sure my personal information don't get out there. All right, so I do currently have the monthly premium set up on TradingView, okay? And also, you are going to need the live data for the features I'm looking for. So I want to screenshot these so I can show you what exactly I have. But I would just bring this over, but it unfortunately shows the credit card. And we don't want that. Awesome. Okay. Okay. So what we can do is we're going to do this. Duplicate slide. Trading view signups, I guess. What are you going to need, I guess? All right. So I do have okay, so that's I'm just going to shrink this down. So I do have the premium. And I am going to get asked, okay, so which data do you need, right? As far as like the CME wants like the exchanges and all that want their money too, right? None of that's not gonna be free lunch. Here are the futures markets I'm paying for right there. So I'm paying 63 with taxes and whatnot there, paying 750 there. And then here is the other one. So these are the three that I'm paying for. It's just the cost of doing business. These I do use these as a tax write-off. I do use these as a tax write-off whenever like tax season comes around. It's the cost of doing business. Ironically, I won't say ironically, but the tax codes are actually written. They want businesses to thrive because it fuels the economy. So this is the three setups that I have here, and go from there. Right, you don't need alerts, no. The second base charts and Rinko. If the plus just has, if it does, if you, when I looked at it, it looks like you do need premium in order to get the second charts. However, like just check it out and see if it doesn't do that there. So boom, boom, boom. I see the CME group. Boom, US stock market's model. Boom. Okay. Okay, so where do you find them? That is a good question. So whenever you pull up this stuff, it's kind of funny how I didn't want that to go over there. Okay. So whenever you go to your name when you sign up on TradingView, right? You can click on this little signal that's up here. You go ahead and then you go down to settings. And then when you scroll down, this is where you say get real time. And then you sign up under here. Here, it's a chart type, not indicator. I'm about to show y'all how to set it up. Just have to get you on the same page as far as what you need working first. Okay, so this is what I currently have. Like I said, I use Premium. Look at it, see if you use Plus. I use a CME group here, and then I also use NASDAQ and whatnot here. All right, so this is what I use for all of that. So we'll get this back up. Okay, and then go to F11, and then go. Okay, so here are the Renko charts. How do you get to this point? I'm glad y'all asked. So we're going to go start from scratch. All right, so what I'm going to do here, and I'm going to click this. I'm going to go new chart layout. Okay, so that's what it looks like. First thing I do is I go to this box right here. All right, and then personally, I like mine to look like this. So basically, the way I analyze this entire setup here is, where did my pin go? There it is. All right, the way I view this is I'm using this 1 minute time frame to find a setup that I'm going to cover soon. I use the 1 hour down to the 15-minute to kind of catch bigger picture, what's setting up here, right? So I see what's bigger time frame doing, cool. Then I correlate it to the 1 minute, and then I execute on this one. So that's kind of like how it works, and this is how I like to have mine set up. I do move this part over because I just find it's a waste of space there, and then also I don't look at it like that. I zoom out here. It's kind of like how I look at it from this point. So this is how I like to have it. Now, how do you set it up like this three? That is when you come here, like I said, you click on the box and it is located right here. Click that, boom. All right, so now we're at this point. Unfortunately, TradingView doesn't allow you to share charting setups. That's why we have to follow along here. And if I go too fast and whatnot, like always, this is recorded and things like that. Okay, so we hit those boxes there. And then from there, what we need to do is, I like to clean the charts. So I'm gonna get rid of the volume on the bottom. All right, boom, boom, and boom. All right, And then to sync these charts so they're always the same thing you're looking at. In this case, right here, I like to have my crosshairs synced, and then also you'd have symbol synced in the layout here. So in this case, let's just say, since we're using copper earlier, we'll just pretend it's copper. And look here. And so now they're all synced, right? So when I change one, it changes all of them. So we're not quite done yet. All right, so we'll start with the 1 minute chart here first. Oh, first, actually, we'll do the wrinkle chart since that's what was in the setup here. So this little spot right here, this right here, that is where you change your candles. So this one, I want to be regular Japanese candlesticks, right? So I'll just change those to that real fast. But this is where you find just regular candles, actually. This is where you find Rinko. So my big one right here, click right there. You go on down right here. This is where Rinko's at. I'm just getting it set up to where you're going to have to look at it here. Ross, just click on the candles. Boom, there's Rinko. All right, now we're here. No, they actually added wicks here, and I'll explain why. TradingView added wicks to their Rinko charts because it tells you that price moved up and then the ATR. So you think about it, what's unique about this is, okay, so this one candle here was one ATR up. Well, TradingView made it to where their charts where they could have a wick, meaning price did push up and then came down. So why is that unique? It's unique because even if it was just a square and then a square, if you think about it, that means it had to move 2 ATR. Oops, this was ATR in order to make a red candle. However, when they throw a wick on it, that means that price did push up all the way, and then the ATR still came in and took it down. So it just tells you buyers are stepping in. It's one other way to look at it as far as that goes. Now, as far as the setup here, like I showed you, you just go to the candle, you right click, you go to settings. Up bars, I just have them set on green. Down bars, I have on red. And then projection bars, I have yellow. So yellow, when the market's moving, you can see it bouncing around. Actually, you know, like I'm not a big crypto trader, but isn't like crypto moving right now, whatnot? Like, see if it could see if it's like moving around or something. See how it's flickering, or it's like yellow right there. Let's see if I want to 1 second. I don't know. Is anything moving right now? I'm not overly familiar with that side of things. Nope, that's not. So anyways, if I go to the day chart then, what it looks like when price is moving, what was that I clicked on earlier? Bitstamp here. See how it's yellow? That means price hasn't quite moved and closed on the 1 day time frame up here, outside this level here. So you'll see it intraday flickering yellow there. Use Binance, Dave? Okay, I'll give that a shot. So, because I wanted to use it as an example on what I see there. So this one right here. And then I do need to go down. Yeah, I went to the, now I'm on the 1 second here. See that I know Dave trying to BT, okay. Just want to type in what Dave's telling me to do. He sounds like a man that knows what he is doing. All right, so you see how it just flicked yellow right there? And then typically what's happening in the market, we'll see it more during live trading. See how it went yellow and then boom, these are projection bars. So what does that mean? It means it hasn't closed yet. And then when 1 second happens, it when 1 second passes and it moved outside 1 ATR, that's when you get the close. So when we're day trading futures, we get heads up from the yellow, and then we could also correlate it to these, and it allows us to really finesse entry. So you see how you kind of get like the heads up. I mean, after this, it's kind of like sure it's going up, but where it's helpful is whenever price is flickering yellow right here for this pivot. So say it's coming down and you start seeing yellow pivot flicker right there, that's a good indication that price is potentially going to move that way. Yes, I'm about to put the chart settings back up. And it's also, well, but yeah, anyways, I wanted to show you all that example there. But yeah, I'll put everything back on over there. Futures. Thank you there, Simpler Dave. That was very helpful because that is what I wanted to show. Greatly appreciate it. All right, so we'll just pull up the ES here. All right, so once again, the settings are just up bars are green, red bars are down. Projection bars for up and down I have as yellow. I do have the wicks on. If you don't want the wicks, you take them off. Now this is where you may have to change things. All right, I want the open, high, low, close. It doesn't do that default. I want open, high, low, close. Okay, and then you also want the box size as the ATR. You will have to change that as well, and I just kept this as 14. So those are the things you will have to change right there. Looks cleaner. I agree. I think it looks cleaner too, Bob. But that's the setup there. Okay, so we have that. All right, cool. And then, so that's the Ringo charts. And over here, this is where it's just your typical candles. I don't change anything here. Yours doesn't look like mine. How does it look, James? So I have the 1 second over here, right? And over here is usually the 1 minute. And then right here, I usually always start with the hourly. And we'll start throwing up indicators here in a moment. Not as many colors. It's just a color change. Like if you, so like here, choosing a green, I just chose a brighter green. That's all I did. You can change it to whatever color you like. It's just a color. Doesn't really change anything. But yeah, it's just a brighter green. My green is more vibrant. To be honest, I'm not sure how I even got it there. Just, oh, right here, you hit the plus sign, and then you get to pick where you want it. So that's where you can change things. Like if you're wanting the same green, there you go. Oh yeah, 1 second, I'll show you here in a moment. So here's the green. Just copy that and put it in. Pretty. And then you hit the plus sign here. Here is the red I have. That's just kind of like what I have going on here. Okay, so the 1 second chart. Okay, so for changing time frame, right here, you see it says 1S, that's 1 second. You just click it, and here's where all the different time frames are. It says second, you just hit 1 second. Okay, so there is that. All right, so now that we have that set up, and okay, green, red. All right, 1 second. Okay, so we have the wrinkle charts. So I'm trying to do this in line with the presentation here. All right, so that is what is done there. You need to change yours to the wrinkle charts, James. Change the wrinkle charts first, and then you can go back to it. Okay, so continue on here. All right, so VWAP. What is exactly is the VWAP? So the volume weighted average price. It is a popular trading indicator probably used by day traders and institutional investors, and I'll explain why there. Before Anchor VWAP actually got available to everybody, the VWAP was something explained to me by one of my mentors at the firm I traded for, because he used to be a trader at Goldman Sachs. He was like the options manager, desk trading manager, something like that. And anyways, he would talk to me about VWAP, and I was, oh man, that's awesome. Like, and he told me how it works, and I was like, oh man, that's just a good key point on how to like take entry and pivot it. And so I kind of that's always stuck with me, and I ran with it. So, in the easiest of terms, without me reading like the slide off to you that you could glance at it yourself and read, is like the VWAP is literally the balance of buyers and sellers based off of price, right? So whenever a price is, because it accounts for the amount of bid and ask being done at price as well. So it is literally the balance of buyers and sellers. At these points, it could tell us it's going to be a pivot point. And whenever you're day trading, you need a pivot in order to make a profit, and or to guess a movement. So it is literally the balance of buyers and sellers. And so here is an essential tool for measuring price level of a stock, futures, whatever you're trading, and it's a good solid pivot point. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. So the way it was explained to me by my mentor, he said that the that institutional traders, they get judged by the VWAP. They get judged by it. So how? So like whenever they get, say, an order comes in that they need to buy, we'll just say $1 million worth of Apple or whatever, right? Just as an example, they can't just go mark it in, or and they can't just buy it. They have to buy it as close to what is known as like fair price or fair value, which is VWAP, right? So basically, over the course of that $1 million, you have to buy Apple, which is say VWAP is at just for discussion's sake, which is say it's at 100, and then they have $1 million, and we'll just say that's going to buy. We'll just use or so this is VWAP, right? So I'll put VWAP. VWAP's at 100 AP. Okay, and then they have to buy 1 million of the share. But they can't just mark it in, right? So they get graded on how close price is to VWAP. So over the course of the average price, they want it as close as to 100 as possible, because it is going to come above it and below it, but they want your average price as close to the VWAP price all together. So why is that important? So whenever a price comes to VWAP, that's where institutions are making transactions. They are taking action because their job depends on it. If they don't, if they keep getting, say they're getting filled at, we'll just example say 120, so their average is at 120, then they're not getting good fills. You're not doing a good job, you're going to get fired, right? So if you're getting so that is how important it is. Institutional traders' jobs depend on it, and so that is why VWAP is such an important tool to use when trading. And we'll cover the VWAP strategies here in a moment as well. But that's the idea behind VWAP. And then, like I said here, how it works, it gets price, volume, it calculates it all. Here is, for you math wizards out there, here is the calculation for it. However, lucky for us, TradingView does it for us automatically, and we just use it to place trades there. All right, here are the settings that I have for VWAP and anchored VWAP. So VWAP, how do you put it on this chart over here, which is say we want it, I like to have my VWAP on the 1 minute chart. So then you actually just go to, actually 1 second, let's see something real quick. All right. Where did it go? Hold on. I don't know. Okay, we'll just bring it back. Okay, so like I said, you come over here, you click indicator. So you click on the box you want, click on indicator. Right here, you just put VWAP, it brings it up automatically. Volume weighted average price. Click it. Boom, brought it up here. So now you can just double click on it. And then the things you're going to have to change. I don't like the high, low, close divided by 3. That's leaving stuff out. I want the open, high, low, close divided by 4. That is what I set mine on. Okay. And from there, I do take off the bands right here. And then you can click on whatever color you want right here and things like that. That is really all it is from the VWAP. And the VWAP is plotted down here. So once again, anchoring period, the session, the source, open, high, low, close divided by 4. and so on and so forth from there. Now the anchor VWAP is a little bit different. To find the anchor VWAP, as an example, what we could do, let's just say from this peak to this peak, how we want to know where where to anchor it, right? Let's just say we want to anchor over here. So you come to this box right here, hit this arrow. Right here says anchored VWAP. All you do is click on it, and we'll just say we do it here. Turn off those bands. And then boom, it plots the anchored VWAP from there. There's one thing that training view is very useful for. You just click and it plots it, right? Then we come here and we can plot another one from the low. Bam, right? Then you can see where the converging of buyers and sellers are going from this high and this high. But to change the stats on the anchored VWAP, you will going to have to change it to what it showed. But it is, once again, the open, high, low, close divided by 4. And then you pick whatever style you want and go from there. But the main thing to change is the open, high, low, close divided by 4. Okay. Y'all good? Clear as mud? I haven't seen the chat move in a while, or everyone just froze and I'm unaware. Yes, there is the PDF will be put into the class here in a moment, but it has not been submitted in there yet, really because of the adjustments that were going to potentially happen during the class, but it will be put in there at the end of the day. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll continue on. So those are the settings. Now, anchor VWAP points. All right, so these are the main things for day trading that I use features for. These are the only anchor points that I really need. All right, economic data that is released usually 30 minutes, or sorry, 1 hour before the market open. I anchor it to those points. FOMC days, or when those happen, I anchor those. High volume events. So basically anything that could come out and cause a change in, we'll say, sentiment in the market is good to have an anchored VWAP there. I will use the last swing high and low, and also the cash open. So what is the cash open? So when the market opens, I will place an anchored VWAP there. And another spot to add it is breaks of consolidation patterns, which we cover here in a moment. But when there is a break, sometimes what happens, let's just say it's a flag, right? Price comes up, boom, 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 and then breaks. You apply anchor VWAP to here. Usually what happens sometimes, let's just say the VWAP is, you apply it here and it comes up like this. And then price sometimes will come down, test it, give us a reversal signal, and that's when price will go back up. So I will show you those consolidation patterns here in a moment. They are part of the class. But these are the main 5 places that I anchor VWAPs. When it comes to day trading, this is all you need. There's more cases if you're like swing trading things from a bigger perspective or on stocks and stuff, but this is all you really need when it comes to day trading futures for these firms. All right, cool. Your screen is different than mine. Well, what part's different there? If it's not the same, do not worry about it too much, because apparently I was just told that we may be able to just hook you up there. So yeah. So yeah, not a big deal. Here's a yeah. I was just informed this also. She just told me. She just slacked me and told me um, that apparently we can share these because there are no premium indicators on it. So if it does not, if that's the case, I'm not going to go through the whole process of setting it up, since I in fact can share it with y'all now. Like I was just told this as well. So do not worry if it's not the same. We'll go through the process to giving them to y'all, and we'll go from there. All right, but that's really it from there. All right, let's see. Am I actually looking at volume or see a big candle anchored to that bow? I'll show you some of that whenever we get into the trading setups. We'll get to that. All right. As far as the questions on the setups, we haven't even got there. We're just trying to set up the charts. We'll get there. All right. Another thing, volume profile. Well, since I'll show you where I have mine, and since I can share them with y'all, that makes things a little bit easier, I would say. Because I was under the impression we could not share it as well, but hey, good to know that we can now. But the way I use it is if I go here and I'll scroll back, I'm going to show you how I use mine. Okay, so here, volume profile is an exchange of price here, right? So whenever price trades at the most volume that occurs at price, that's when you get the most this way. So can y'all tell me if the node keeps on going this way, what exactly does that mean? The further this way, what does that entail? Right, that means a lot of trading occurred at that price. Absolutely. So the way I use it as support and resistance, and these boxes are not automatically populated. So what I do this so I can watch it, and it helps me to where I don't have to just stare at this. So let's just pretend that this one and this one is not here. So I'll zoom in here. All right, so you see these two nodes here? That means that these levels are potentially going to be support and resistance. And I've seen this happen over and over. So right here, all I do is I come over here and I click this arrow. I click rectangle. I just click and bring it over. And then what I'm doing is I am boxing out the node. So where I'm wanting to place it and highlight it is from these points. So you see as I'll go to a side that is actually brighter, like right here. So right here, you see how price comes right to here, comes up, and then right here is before it drops down. I want that whole, basically the whole box where price starts to move up. That's where I'm highlighting. So once I highlight that because that isn't being support. Like this right here, you see this HVN? Look at this. It held. That's support. And then we got to move up. And so how can you trade this? So price moved up to this box. Like this is a good example of how it works. So like I said, box. I want to come right here. I'm going to highlight this node here. Bam, and move it up. Okay. So like, oh, how could this information have been used to place a trade? Well, so price came up to this node, paused, pulled back, and held. Where did it hold? At this node. So what does that mean? That means I could take a trade from here up into here. That is basically, if this hold and price is going to hold, then this is where I wanted to look for price to stall. Now, if we break above it, then I wait for the break, retest, and then go to the next place, and so on and so forth. So those are just little zones that I look for support and resistance, all based off of the volume profile. And I do see the question, how do I know how bold to make them? It's how wide this is. So like if I wanted to make this one bold right here, I click it, look how, you see how price goes up about from this spot to this spot, and then I bring it over. See how it highlights that. And yes, I am using the 1 hour chart. And so how do you get this here? This is something you will have to draw on it. So this is the um, anchored volume profile. So like if I erase it, come over here, right here, which is anchored volume profile. I just click it, and I want to anchor it from the contract roll. Bam, and brings it over. Well, looks a little different, doesn't it? Let me zoom out here. Okay, good enough for me then. I'll just do it from the contract roll. So this would be a good example here. Right there, contract roll is right here. That's where that gap up is. Zoom in. See how it still lines up? Look, I can just move it this way and then move it back over here. See how it lines up with these nodes? So that is how you put that there. I have anchored VWAP from the swing low, right? You see how it was respected here, kind of there. Hasn't really came to it since then, but that is how I mark out support and resistance there. Bob, I love your positivity. I really do. Does the chart show a contract roll? Kind of. The gap up implements the contract roll. Yeah, kind of similar. Yeah, Trendy uses candles. This one's based on a volume profile. Yeah, kind of similar. Okay, so there's that. All right, so let's continue on to the class. I do have a few more things right here. Okay, volume profile. Volume profile is a technical analysis tool, provides visual representation of trading activity over given a range and then over time. So it shows how much volume has traded at a specific price level during a particular time period rather than focusing on volume traded over a specific time interval like volume bars. Um, Traders use volume profile to identify key levels of support and resistance, spot buying and selling interest, things like that. All right, so it's price levels, not time. So that's kind of like where it is really beneficial at. All right, so I showed you how to do that there. All right, so some terminology on it is okay. So high volume nodes, HVNs, and there's HVA. They're called HVAs, HVNs. It's all the same thing. So high volume node or high volume area. It really depends. So there's high volume and low volume, and high and low volume is dictated by the how far the node moves, right? So here's an example, a high volume. Oops, I left a little arrow there for some reason. Um, so what does that mean? So here is a low volume node. Here's point of control. I'll explain that here in a moment. And then look, high volume node. How is it high? Because it's bigger than all the rest of them. That is basically how that is defined. The more to the left, the big ones, those are high. Lows are the little ones. And since we're day trading, the little ones do matter as well. Ideally, from like if you were swing trading futures, like an idea could be like if price was here, like cool, you could have got long, take it up to here to this node, and then you like scale out. Oh, comes with the point of control or whatnot. Then you get out there, things like that. But from day trading, the little ones is I do acknowledge them and pay attention to them from a day trading perspective because we're looking at such a micro perspective. Okay, so that's what those are. Let me bring it back. Okay, so high volume nodes are just price sites where a large amount have formed. And then there are low volume nodes that are the smaller amount, like I showed you on the chart. So more to the left, more volume. Smaller node means less volume. Point of control. Point of control is the highest traded price across whatever time you're analyzing. So in this case, if we use this as the example, right here, the dotted line, that point of control. So in this entire analysis, the level in which price transacted the absolute most is 57. It will go down a little. It's basically 57.7350. That is the price that has been used or transacted the most down here. So that's what point of control is. It's just the price that has had the most volume. Okay, so that's basically, and I use volume profile for support and resistance. And a lot of it will make more sense as you do live trading and we do the breakdowns and stuff like that. Do I use the squeeze indicators? No, they're on these charts right here, but no, I'm not using it as a dictator really. I'm going to remove them whenever we get to the trading and stuff. All right, so anchored volume profile. This is what I have here. I have the ticks per row size 5, up, down. Boom. That's what the anchored volume profile is. And like we just recently discovered, do not worry. I can actually share those charts with y'all there since we don't have any premium indicators in this chart setup. All right, super trend. Something that is different. I'm going to show you real quick. All right, so this is what super trend is. Similar to the trailing ATR, right? Goes up, down, so on and so forth. So, okay, here we go, super trend. So trend following indicator works similar to the trailing ATR. All right, the components to the super trend indicator, it takes your ATR. It's built using an ATR. The ATR measures the current volatility, so it's measuring the current price action that is unfolding in front of us. That is why I find it to be pretty helpful, because it tells us in the current moment, as price is moving, how far does it need to move to actually pinpoint trend reversals, which way is it going, things like that. Yeah, but it also has a multiplier. So the multiplier determines how far away from price super trend line will be placed in multiples of the ATR. The higher multiplier will place the super trend line further away from price, reducing false signals, but potentially delaying entry and exit points. So that's kind of like, that's with anything really. The more data that's going to put in, so like if you use the trailing ATR as an example, really, if you used a really large multiplier, then actually will move, has to move far. It definitely means that the trend has moved, but it also means that you may be getting in a little bit late, right? And the company values are 10 period ATR or 3 multiplier. However, that is not what I use. I'll be giving y'all what I use here in a moment. So basically, like I said, it's basically like a trailing ATR is how I use it particularly. So when it is above price, then it prices in a downtrend. If it is below price, it is in an uptrend, and I typically have it green like this, but obviously you can change the colors however you want. And it does, it is used as a dynamic support and resistance. It's unique how accurate it is. It really is. And I want to pull out some examples, and we'll look at it on the charts. So how it works, when price closes above the super trend line, it flips below the price, changes color off in green, signaling an uptrend. And it's considered a buy signal. And then whenever it flips red, it's considered a downtrend, and then it's a sell signal. I mean, pretty self-explanatory. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this over here real quick. So in this case, right, price is kind of choppy here, and then you get it pushed up above this red. It flipped green, and then you get a move, and look how I like, came right to it, and then boom, oh, it flipped again. Boom. Flipped again, up, get a pullback, and boom. So the way I use super trend is there's a little bit more to it than just following the super trend. It goes into more setups, which we're going to cover in a moment. But what I look for is I look for the flip. I look for the pullback close to the line because this is my stop loss level. In this case, this has been a great one, right? If it pulled back to here, get long, stop on the other side, boom, that's a tight risk reward, right? Say it flipped red here. If I have a larger time frame thesis price is going to go up, I would ignore this part. I wait for it to flip green. I get my pullback close to super trend because my stop's on the other side, and then I look to take it up again with the overall trend. So that's how I use it. Say I have a thesis that price is going lower, then I'd wait for it to flip red, wait for price to push rally up into it, and then I get short, stops on the other side, and then I'll look for the move to continue forth and what I'm having a overall market thesis on. So that is how that works with the super trend. This I need to change. I've actually did some back testing and messing with it. I'm actually changing this. This is not where I want it. Let me get the updated version. Have any of y'all messed with Super Trend before? It's a free indicator, obviously. It's been pretty, and all I did was change this to 7. So I have it at 10-7 chart. Where did I lose y'all? Where'd y'all go? There y'all are. Yes, it's an indicator, not a drawing tool. So like how would you need to get it is you pull up your thing here. Say you wanted it, you would just click on the chart you wanted it on, go to indicator, go here, and you put super trend, and then boom, it plots it there. Let me fix that there. Like it's very unique. Which one did I put on? This one. Okay. But it works pretty well in my opinion. I personally trade If I'm going to trade early, I will trade oil. But ideally, I like to have the movement, so I typically only trade the market open. However, if there's economic data that comes out an hour before the open and there's a setup, since there's going to be volatility based off the data that was just released, I will potentially look for a setup there. But for the most part, I'm only trading the cash open. Add the volume profile just by clicking on the chart you want it on. And then right here, you hit this arrow, and then go down here to anchored VWAP, or sorry, anchored volume profile right here. This is what I used there. In general, it depends on how volatile it is, Victor. You want to see my settings, you say? Not even going to take me on a date first? Which one are you needing? Oh, super trend style settings. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, style settings. This is what I have it on. I just changed it to the same bright green and red that I have there. And I have it plotted the background. I could make it brighter if I wanted to. See how it makes it brighter like that? Let me show y'all something. All right, so I want to show y'all something that I kind of messed with here, and it gave me confidence in this particular indicator. I'm going to share something with y'all here, and that might help y'all understand a little more. I want to go back here. Okay, cool. All right, so back testing, right? In this particular case, it back tested a super trend, and this is based on the NQ. And you look at this equity curve. Sure, it has ups and downs, and it's going to matter. Like it's correct 50, call it 49% of the time. Profit factor of almost a 2.1. However, this is just based off of the algorithm backtesting it. There are some cases to where you need to where you can't just blindly follow these signals. That's where the setups I teach you and then when to use super trend within those setups is when it really comes to play. But this just shows you the power of it. Then when you tie it to the high probability setups, then it really works out for you altogether. But I just wanted to show you this. It works on almost all. Oh, so this is like the NQ, right? So what if I was to bring that down? I'll go to the ES here. Oh, this one didn't do as well. But this one is kind of like a multi-time frame one, and it's a little clunky. So this one did not do as well. The NQ was much better there. But whenever I started seeing the backtesting results, that's when I was like, oh man, there's something here. I gotta finesse it. So that's what I went with. All right, on Amazon. Okay, here's the chart where we were building, but we no longer have to do it there. I personally use two, but you use as much as you want. How do you get multiple charts up? You just hit the plus arrow like it's a tab, and then this box right here. So I personally use two monitors, one for my charts, one for execution. And then Victor, answer your question, like it depends how deep it pulls into. But when we get to the setups, I'll show you because we haven't even got to the setups yet. This is still just the charts. I was wrong on thinking 2 hours. But Brett, to answer your question there, as I have an expected win rate and R&R my steps. So these are quick setups. They're very much scalping. The R&R is anywhere from I'd say 1-to-1 to 2-to-1, and they're pretty quick. So that's pretty much. And my win rate has been staying around 75%. So it's kind of like not so it's not like I don't and it goes back to the expectations. Having expectations low because there's not always something that's going to make a huge like 1-to-5 win rate there. You know what I mean? Okay, so there's that. Let's go ahead and continue forth. Let's get moving. All right, so I wanted to change this. So here is the super trend settings. I have 10 and 7 on the 1-second chart. Oh, you're welcome, Brett. Absolutely. And Bob, I do use fibs in this particular case. I guess this would be a good example, like when to use fibs. I have fibs on now that we're all at time highs. There's no volume profile to tell me when price potentially may stop, right? So I do have a fib drawn from this high to this low, and the 1618 is right here at 5959. So how would I use that? So if this does happen, feel free to watch this recording to know how to utilize this. So I have like I said, I have a fib level drawn from here, this high, to this low. If price breaks, right, this HVN right here, or this, I guess it's a LVN, just a little node. If price does break, I'm not going to chase it up. I want to wait for a retest, and then it's going to come here, and this is going to be my next target. So this box is where I would look to take profits in. So you see, I'm kind of just trading boxes, and within these boxes is a setup that I trade, and we haven't even got to those parts yet. Okay, so I do have a fib. I do use fib levels whenever the volume profile kind of gets like there's no volume up here, so we don't know. But that's what I'll watch. Gold was a good example. It went right to one and kind of stalled there. Let's see, is it still there? There it is. Okay, so see, it came up to the 1618 and kind of paused there. And it broke, kind of consolidated. It went right up to the 2618, kind of paused right there as well. And now it's just gold's just rocking and rolling. But that's just an example of the fibs. Okay, so y'all are going to make my voice go away, and my wife is going to thank y'all. Bye, Chad. I'm sure you're already gone. But thanks for coming, my man. All right, so cover super trend. All right, terminology. Okay, so like I've mentioned before, I'm a big price action trader. So the way this works is the reason I covered terminology is because that way you kind of know what I'm looking for, and then we finesse it down, and then and I'll show you exactly. So now we're getting down to the trading setups. Okay, so we're gonna have to tie this all together. There might be some questions and whatnot, so make sure you have notepads together and whatnot. And actually, before we hop into this, I'm gonna get a drink of water and whatnot. So let's go ahead and take a quick we'll just call it 7-minute break. Y'all cool with that? Because been on for almost whole hour, almost a little bit over. To be honest, I don't know. We came back at 11:20, so we actually been going for a while. Okay, so let's come back at 12:50. We'll take a quick break. Okay, so come back at 12:50. Thank you, Mirza. All right, hey y'all, give me 1 second. I want to take the screen down. I'm actually talking to Lorna right now. She's telling me how I could just give you your charts to you right now. I want to give them to you before Monday shows up. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to talk to her real quick, and she'll tell me how I can give them to you right now. And that way you'll all have them right away. Okay? She's just going to walk me through the process, and then boom, then you'll have them. Okay, so give me 1 second. Okay? Here, I'll do this too. Let's put a little break so I can get you your charts. All right, my sound is being weird. I didn't hear it clean, but everyone good? Y'all hear me just good? Good to go? Awesome, thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. So looking for y'all. I wanted to take that time to I talked to Lorna. She was just walking me through how to give y'all the charts. Now I do have to ask y'all, are y'all ready for the links to your charts? And I'll just show you how you can do it. So y'all ready? Let me just get this real quick. Good thing she was listening, huh? Okay. Pulling up real quick. Where did y'all go? There. Okay. All right. I need to see some more excitement. All right, so here it is. I'm going to send it to you. Here is the chart link. What you do is you click on this link. It's going to load up into your trading view. When it's in your trading view, it's going to open up in view only mode. But then you just save it as a copy. And then once you save it as a copy, you just open it there, and then boom, you have it. Okay. Okay, I'll let y'all get that loaded up. And now, since I used that break to talk to her, I'm gonna go grab a cup of water real quick, and then we'll continue on pushing. Okay. So whenever you click the link, it will bring it up to your, or I'll show you what to do here. Right, so it brings it up in the web browser, right? You click it and it comes here. But what you do from here is you come, I think it was right here, and then you save. You say click make copy. And once you click and make a copy, then you can open it, and then boom, you'll have it on your, then you can do it on your, the TradingView app that's downloaded on your computer. So once you get it, make a copy, and then after that, it'll be right here. You just click it or load layout, and then boom, you'll get it there. Audio has changed. Of course it did. All right, going through. Anyone else having volume issues? Am I all good? Audio's good? Okay. I'm not familiar with Top Step X, Brett. I know what it is, but I've actually never used it, so unfortunately I won't be a whole lot of help there. Can you put Training View on your desktop and another? I believe so. I think you might need to use Premium. I'm using Premium on Training View. You might have to use Premium there. Seth. All right, cool. I'm glad y'all guys got your charts now because on Monday, I want all of y'all to trade these setups we're about to cover because this is where we're getting into the setups right here. This is where everything starts to connect. We covered the prop firm some. And I know a lot of that, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions, but a lot of those is where you're really just going to have to look through the firms that best fit you. That's the unfortunate reality of the whole thing. There's not, it's just like, I don't know, Pepsi and Coke and Dr. Pepper and all that stuff, if that's kind of like your thing. Yes, it does only say terminology. And with all the settings being in the slide, so we can reference and do the charts ourselves, if you want, yes, Brett. However, that link I just sent in the chat right there, and I'll reach out to the people to get it put in the class folder as well, and then that will help you get your where it'll be automatically as well. But yeah, so you wouldn't even have to build it out yourself. You just click the link. That's what the point of that link was there. If you didn't get it, just scroll on up or just let me know and I'll post it again real quick. Thank you, Daryl, for posting the first part, sir. If you're still listening. It's not working for you, Brett? Okay. Well, at the end of the class, it will be put on the PDF of the slides will be in the classroom at the end of the class. Yes. And the reason it's not in there yet is because I left it available if we needed to make adjustments along the way. But yes, it will be there. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into the setups. Yes, you guys will get the PowerPoint there. Yeah, it shows up in your desktop, right? Okay, here, I want to walk y'all through this real quick. You click the link. You click the link. I click the link and it brings it right here on my web base, right? There, I'll move y'all over here. All right, so here it moved here. Now, it may only say view only mode on the top left of your screen. What you do from there is you come over here and then you click make a copy. And then once you make a copy, you're going to save the copy under whatever you want to open it as. And then after that, you go to your TradingView app and then you'll come over here and then you would open, you can click load layout or open the one that, whatever you saved it as, and then boom, you will have this. So that's the process in order to use the link. Oh yeah, absolutely, I could do that. I could do that real quick. Not a big deal at all. Here you go. Mears and my man. Mears is going for a raise today, ladies and gentlemen. Going for a raise. All right, so that is how that works. All right, cool. Y'all ready to get into the setups now? Ready to learn how to scalp and make some money without having a whole lot of crazy risk on the table? All right, let's go ahead and do it. Let me see. Yes, I do have two different data subs, and it's all in the PDF as well. I'm assuming you need premium because the Rinko chart and the 1 second charts are kind of like on the higher end of things. So I would imagine you need premium. All right, so let's go ahead and get started, and we'll continue on. We'll see if we get close to 4 hours on this thing. I did see that some were hoping for 6 hours, but we're actually going for 12. So, okay. So, terminology. So the two main things that I trade for here, right, Burns? I was thinking if you're still listening. All right. So the two main things, like this is really the concept here is really simple in my opinion. So I'm gonna try breaking it down in a very I'm gonna break it down in an easy, digestible way, and it's the way my mind wraps my head around it. And I think if my head wraps around it, trust me, I think yours will as well, because I am not overly like I'm pretty smart, I guess, but I'm not overly complicated. And if you and trading doesn't have to be complicated. It's really as simple as like one, two, three, and I'll show you what I mean. So price is either doing two things. Price is either consolidating, or after a consolidation and a breakout occurs, it usually pulls back and then keeps on going, and obviously chops in there as well. But ironically, chop is just a higher time frame consolidation. So that's something to be aware of. So the two main things I look for is consolidations and pullbacks. So consolidation pullbacks, or sorry, consolidation setups that I watch are high bases, and this is the bullish scenario: high base, ascending triangles or bull flags, and it's also the same on the bearish side. So after a price of a stock makes an extreme move, it usually takes a break and consolidates, right? And sometimes after a breakout, um, if a breakout occurs, usually a pullback happens before the next leg up or higher occurs. So those are two main things that we're going to focus on here. Any questions about what a consolidation or a pullback or rally is? I'm pretty sure most of y'all understand what that is. Okay, I'm going to assume yes. All right, so this is the pullback scenario, and they happen on all time frames. Something I wanted to get more into is swing trading futures, and this is something I'm going to start taking some of my profits out of these firm accounts and try doing it swing trading too as well to get it going. Oh yeah, simpler, Dave. Yeah, if you have your Series 7 and all that stuff, that's when you're a professional. All right, so a pullback, and they happen in all time frames. So what I'm going to do is show y'all this description and then actually pull it up on the chart. They happen over and over and over, and it's really that's how often it happens, right? So the pullback. First, we have a trend analysis. A trend analysis can be defined as EMA stacked positive. In this case, what I use would be like the 21 EMA on top of the 34, and then on top of the 50 SMA. So, give a pin. Right? So we have is price in an uptrend. Cool. Entry criteria. Price is going to pull back to a lower trend line, one of the moving averages, or support and resistance of a high volume, or even a LVN too, right? So these are multiple levels where we look for price to react. Oh, I should also have VWAP on there as well, but that's not on there. But we should say VWAP as well. Um, well, let's put it there then, right? What are we waiting on? All right, so that is what where we look for price entry criteria. It pulls back to one of these zones. Now, what's our trigger to make entry? Well, first there has to be a reversal pattern at one of these levels. I have reversal pattern definitions coming up, but this is what we look for. We look for a reversal candle at one of these levels, and a trigger is when price breaks above the prior candle's high. And I think I actually put the example in this one right here, just an example. I'll make it big for you to see. Okay, so right here. Price came down to this VWAP right here, right? And this is what's known as a hammer candle. So a trigger long out of this area would be a break of that candle's high, which it did, right? So now we know we have a long setup here on the 1 minute time frame. So how do I narrow it back down? So once we break that high and I have a thesis, hey, price is going to come up potentially to this little HBN, right? We have it boxed off. If it's boxed off, that means it's one of those nodes. So if price is going to do that, I'm expecting that particular move. Like even if it broke here, we'll call that 410, and price moves up to 440. That's 20 points, or sorry, 30 points, and that's a lot of movement. So if we have that particular idea, so right here, this wick right here is when it touched here. When it broke this high, that's when it causes that move. So how can we use the super trend within this scenario? So we have a thesis over here that prices will go up. Super trend flips. You can, some price was relatively close here. You could have scalped that move. And we still have a bullish scenario, right? Flipped red, comes down. It flipped green again. Wait for that pullback into super trend. Go long, stop on the other side, look to scalp a few more points. We still have a bullish scenario or bullish thesis over here, right? So then we wait for the super trend to flip again, which it did here. I don't think I would have traced that move here. I wait for the pullback into super trend and look, it offered several opportunities to take the trade up until it finally flipped up here. From this case, that's basically, we'll call it I don't know, 18 all the way up to 32. Like there's a bunch of few scalps you could take out of that particular trade there, or just a whole move. The choice is really yours. So that's kind of like how we tie these together in that particular pullback, right? So this is just a visual idea. Like it gets in a lot more in depth. I want to keep going, but this is the idea behind it and how to get it pulls back to that key level. We have the reversal, and then we use the super trend to take entry based off of here. Now, you can exit as price moves, but however, you would want to you can ice scalp it along the way, depending on who you're trading for. You can wait for the color to change. However, if you're waiting for the change, got to remember some of the firms are going to count that as your P&L high. So I'd rather take it up. I take when I'm trading in Q or something like that, I take about 10 to 20 points at a time and just scalp them over and over and over, Rocky. That's kind of how I go about it. So you see all these setups we're going to cover real quick. But that's the idea there. All right. So that's the pullback. And they happen all the time. Like I was going to do this to show you an example. All right, so I showed you one example. They happen over and over and over. So if I come over here, here's one right here, right on this 15-minute time frame. They happen on all time frames. Price made a recent uptrend right here. I'll actually make it larger so everyone can see. Price made a swing high. EMAs are stacked positive. Price pulled back to the 15-minute 21 EMA, and then we have a hammer candle. Price breaks that high. This tells us, hey, we're expecting price to go higher on the 15-minute time frame, right? So the 15-minute time frame is going to look at, then we just narrow it down to the 1 minute and then use super trend the same way over and over. But these little triggers right here happen all the time on all the time frames, and then we just keep narrowing it down to the 1 minute time frame based off our thesis from there. So that's the pullback. When we get to like position management, we'll continue going on from there. You might need premium for the the what do you call it? Trading view. Sorry. I scale out as price goes up. Yes, that's how I do it. This remember in the webinar we talk about taking just a few points at a time. Take a few points at a time that really compounds across multiple accounts, and you don't have to worry about that account high trailing drawdown to get in your way. Yes, there you get all the slides. All right, so here is a high base formation. So a high base is when price makes a swing high, right? And then this part right here is the base. So price makes a swing high, right? Uptrend makes a new swing high, stacked EMAs. Entry criteria. Consolidation brings the stock back to either a simple moving average, EMA, whatever you're using, maybe a trend line, and then it usually causes a break. So it consolidates with equal highs and lows. So it's just basing sideways, like a straight rectangle on your um, charts here, or the pattern. Now the trigger is when price breaks that high. Now why whenever it breaks this high? So you think about it in this term, think of it in terms as, okay, so if we got a big old green candle like this, if there was a seller knocking it down right here, but buyers were stepping up right here and buying it up, eventually one is going to give. And once you get the break of that high, that tells you that these sellers are no longer here. And then you can trade the breakout to the upside. So like once again, when this setup happens on the 1 minute or whatever time frame we're looking at, that gives you a higher time frame thesis. And then once this forms, you go ahead and narrow it down. Oh, thank you. I don't mean to brag everybody. I have the nicest wife in the world. She just brought me a drink, a coffee. Um, and then from there, once you get that signal, right, that thesis of a breakout, then we come over here and finesse entry over here on the 1 second chart over here, right? So it goes the same way. If we're playing a breakout over here, we want our super trend going in that same direction. We wait for the pullback close to super trend, and then we scalp it up as price moves that way. You caught me there, Bo. um, and so that is one of the trades there. My percentage of the consolidation trades, Rocket, I don't have a clue. It's just when it's there, I take it. And so yes, and so what I've noticed is I have been trading the NQ on the 1 second chart. This is one thing I started doing recently. So I want to go ahead and zoom on over. I have been trading the NQ in the 1 second chart. However, it can get wonky, or like when I say wonky, it moves fast, basically. In a nutshell is what I'm getting at. It moves fast. And so I was like, well, you know what I might do, because I have been messing with this some, and I was like, maybe if I slow it down to 5, and then still just finesse right here, say whatever reason I'm looking short, like it still gets you some decent moves there, right? You can see how well it correlates with the trend. So I want to try the NQ in the 5, but you can do the 1 second as well. But I'm experimenting with the 1 second. This setup works across all time frames. It depends on how fast you want to trade it, really. But that is the setup there. So let's go back. So that is the same idea there for the high base. High base patterns don't happen too often in intraday. They happen all the time on higher time frames. Higher time frames that happen. But whenever you're looking at a 1 minute, maybe a 5 minute, they don't happen too often. But they do happen on like an hourly or even 30-minute. And when you finesse it from there, you go a lot lower and just keep on working it down. And that will make more sense as price continues on this particular um, setup here. Okay, any questions on the high base? She brought me some summer moon, Bo. All right, cool. I'm going to imagine that y'all are good because I'm not seeing any questions. All right, so ascending triangle there. Let's go on. RSI and Stochastics? No, Bob. I sound distant now. What is going on? How can I trade that fast? It's just a click of a button. No fear. Over there. You seeing I sound distant. Do I sound distant for all of y'all? Okay, here's the saying I do sound distant as well. Let me see. Microphone. go with that. I think my I put a jacket on as all cold, and the zipper was hitting the cord, so it's taking. I think it's going to take a second to balance out the lack of scratching on the cord there. So, how about now? Oh, I'm glad you asked, Victor. We can talk about that. There is a difference. So, still distant. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's try this now. Sorry about all the crazy technical difficulties going on here. Okay, so I do see a lot of questions like how to do it, when to do it. What I am going to say is just hold those questions because, believe it or not, as we continue forth, there is a process. We'll get to the process. But first, we need to understand what we're looking for before we get to the process. So we'll get there. We'll tie it all together. But before we can actually get to the process, we have to know what we're looking for. So this is kind of like why it's under the terminology side of things, right? We're trying to get these taken care of, and then we can understand the process. And when you see it happening live, I think it all tied together pretty well, too. But that is just be aware, it's coming. All right, so the high base, we already talked about that. And Victor, you did ask the question about I got your monster. I need a C4. Um, what's the difference? So a high base is the main difference here is relatively equal high and lows. Equal highs, equal lows. That's the high base side of it. Now, well, I know we already covered the high base part. The ascending triangle / bull flag side. And the reason I kind of put these kind of like in the same one because they're relatively the same. Kind of, right? And so the difference here really is the consolidation. All right, so the the consolidation rates, because right here it has multiple pivot highs or relatively equal pivot highs like this level. Think of it as a seller is knocking price down. However, the buyers are stepping up, the buyers are stepping up, and the buyers are stepping up. And this right here, this blue line is supposed to be a moving average, just so you're aware. And so it's either consolidating and then it comes down to a moving average. Usually it's a moving average that has to kiss it and get it moving. or sometimes it's just a lower trend line that's keeping tighter and tighter. And then the trigger long, like we always need a trigger, is whenever we break and close above where those sellers were. So once we understand this, that this is now opening the door for a bullish move. Price is consolidating, and now price is going to go further up. Okay. So it's a breakout. Yes, it is essentially a breakout. So this is the ascending triangle versus and the bull flag, right? So that it's basically two different consolidation patterns there. The flag is the same way. You just swing up and you kind of go like this, and then once you get the break of the trend line, it does the same thing, exact same thing. Once you get the break, that is usually when it all um, unfolds. Oh, good, John. I'm glad you enjoy them. Created it myself. Okay, so there is this particular one. All right, so now we're just flipping the script here. So right, usually what happens is kind of like if we tie it all together is, okay, imagine that this was a low base. Like what's a low base look like? Well, that says low base, but that's a high base picture. I'm gonna have to fix that. Stand by. One second. Those are still bullish setups there. All the writing's right, but the image is wrong. We're going to fix that real quick. Low base, get out of here. Oh, that's the wrong thing. 1 second. All right, there it is. Okay, low base. Boom. So what I wanted to talk about there is imagine this, because this happens a lot, is when price forms a low base, breaks lower, you get a flush lower, it's going to come back up. But what happens on the rally back up? You play the rally, right? So just imagine that this was a high base right here. It broke. You got the rally, and you take a short. So that's like two setups in one, because you see this happen a lot. It just unfolds over and over to the downside. In this particular case, it's like setups within setups. Let me fix this one real quick. See, this is why I say let's wait and make sure the class is all put together before we get it out there. And I do make mistakes sometimes. Okay. So now we have an analysis, right? We have a trend with EMA stacked negative. So we have the 21 below the 34, the 34 below the 50 SMA. And the rally brings price up to either a higher trend line. This could be what it could be is right here is this could have been, like I mentioned earlier, this could be a high base or a low base, a breakdown. And then you play this rally. So you missed this part, but now you could trade this part. And then you look for the move lower at that point. EMAs or prior support and resistance, HSV and whatnot from there. And the trigger is when price trades below the prior candle's low. And that is defined by a reversal candle. Do not worry about the reversal candle parts. There is going to be stuff right there to break it down to show you the reversal candles. And we'll go a little bit more in depth from there.
You should. Okay, no, mirrors, I hooked you up, and you don't always have to wait for the pullback, Seth, if you want, because these trades are so small. However, if you want to take the higher probability trade and wait for the rally, yes, you can. You could wait for the rally instead of trading the breakout. Absolutely, nothing's wrong with that as well. You can play it either way. And then, Brett, to answer your question, the EMA and SMA is based off the EMAs that it's either any EMA that you want to use, but based in this reference from the ones that I use, it would be the 21 or 34 or 50, things like that. Same concept here with the low base side. Okay, we have our downtrend with price making a new swing low. EMAs are stacked negative. Price is consolidating with relatively equal highs and lows, right? Relatively equal highs and lows. The trigger short is when price breaks the consolidation low. Okay, so that is what triggers it. And these setups, we look for these on the 1 hour, 15-minute, 30-minute, any of those time modes, the higher time frames, and down to the 1 minute. And then after the 1 minute is when I look at the 1 second wrinkle charts to finesse entry, to manage risk, and to take those quick scalps. So you're looking for these particular patterns on higher time frames, narrow it down to the 1 minute, and then you look to take those quick scalps against the super trend on the 1 second wrinkle charts, or the 5 second if you're using an NQ. So that's really how it all ties together there. All right, so that's the low base. Same as opposite as the bullish side, the descending triangle where it has equal lows, but the highs keep on getting lower. A good way to explain this one is think of it like a ball bouncing on a table, right? A ball's going, you drop it from here, it goes boom, it's losing momentum, boom, it's losing momentum, boom, it's losing momentum, and then break off the table. Or you look at it like there's buyers, buyers, and buyers, but sellers are getting more aggressive and more aggressive, and then eventually those buyers are no longer there. The trigger to take this short is a break of that support low right there. Okay. So now we're getting to reversal signals. So any questions about the consolidation patterns first? You can wait on the retest or as soon as it breaks. No. So I don't get in as soon as it breaks. So to really kind of, I can see how that could be confusing. So let me clarify that. Okay, so let's just say, let's find one. Let's see. We'll go, oh man, I just closed the ES there. Darn. Okay, good thing I can go here. Well, I have a lot of layouts. Oh, there it is. I was like, where did it all go? Okay, so let's look for one real quick. Okay, this is on the 15-minute time frame. I want to find a break. Where is one that kind of, so here's a swing low. So here's kind of one right here. And we're going to use this as an example here. So here is this little descending triangle kind of breakout right there, right? You see it? Kind of like equal lows, and then the highs are kind of getting lower, right? And this is on the 15 minute time frame, right? So I see it on the 15-minute time frame. So this makes me think, hey, I think price potentially is going to go low. Okay, so from here, like this is on October 15th. All right, cool. So October 15th, I'm going to come over here to the 1 minute chart. So I'm going to try tying this all together if it lets me. It's the 18th, so I want to get this bigger so I can get there faster. This is the 16th. All right, there's a little breakout right there. Okay. So I'm going to go here on the 1 second. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. No, that says 3 minute, but let's go to the 1 minute. And scroll and scroll. Okay, there it is. So I want to show you what this would look like if this was being done live. Here, there. Now this one, see if this let it happen. And running and running, running. Oh, this is 5 seconds. Sorry, trading view. I'm gonna have to go to 1 second on you. Actually, I think I can go to 15. Go. It actually made sense, Seth. Awesome. I'm glad it helped. All right, so that says the last available bar is on the 17th. Oh, come on. You want to let me do it. All right, we'll go to the 5 second just to see if it lets it happen. Last available bar is the 15th. Okay, let's see if we do it with a. All right, so that's super early. It's the middle of the day. So we're gonna have to use the example on. All right, just let everything load for a second. I think it's thinking about it. You can't use bar replay on the with the wrinkle charts, unfortunately. They don't let you can only do it on regular candlesticks. I've tried. Okay. Well, what I was trying to show you was okay. So the way I kind of go about it is if okay. So if this was a downtrend, I want to find something that we could pretend is similar over here. Okay. So like we'll pretend. Why is this looking weird? Oh, that's why. This is on the charts there. Much better. Okay. And we'll just use this part as an example, I guess, for the sake of time. Okay, so let's pretend that this is kind of like what we're looking for here. Obviously, it look a lot different if we could actually get to that time frame, but as y'all saw, it won't let me get there. So we have this little base here that's breaking down. EMAs are stacked negative on the 15-minute chart. We have the same time set up here on the 1 minute. So how we're going to trade it is okay. So we get the break right here since it's setting up on the 15-minute. I would like to wait for the break on the 15-minute here. And then it did catch a pop up around 12:30. It makes sense, the lunch hour bid. That's why Neil does that type of trade, right? And then we get the break lower. So now we have the move going lower. So once I have the break here and the break here on the 1 minute, I look at my 1 second chart. And if we use this as the example just to pretend, I wait for a super trend to flip red. I wait for my rally into the super trend. And when it pauses, you'll see it pause. Remember I mentioned those yellow projection bars? It'll print the yellow projection bars. You get short, stop on the other high, and then you look for the trend to continue. And then it's in the context of these setups, then you're looking to finish entry on these ones. That's how that's how you tie it all together. And like I said, we'll cover more of it on the, cover it more on the, what do you call it? Process side of it. All right, so hopefully that kind of helped ties it. So I'll look at those higher time frames. I wait for those higher time frames on the 1 minute, give me direction. And then from there, I look to finesse it on the 1 second on the wrinkle chart, I guess is what I'll call it. All right, so now the reversal candles here. How many of y'all have actually looked at reversal candles before? No? Some yes and some no? Okay. Excuse me. So this is a doji. So and all of those prior ones I've showed, like the reversal ones, the pullback and the rallies, I like to see a reversal candle at those levels. Okay, so at those levels is where I want to see um, those candlesticks. So like a doji right here, is a transitional candlestick formation signifying equality and indecision between both buyers and sellers, right? And so there's a balance of buyers and sellers. And why is it a balance of buyers and sellers? It's really because, buyers pushed it up, both sellers pushed it back down, and then in the end, it closed like no one won this fight, right? So if no one's winning this fight, what's the trigger? Just like it says in the charts over here on this, like if we use this as an example, is whenever price breaks the prior candle low. The candle that needs to break that low is the doji. So you see a doji, if we're using the bear rally example, when it breaks this low, that's the trigger short. Because if you think about it from a bigger time frame, this is a entry to go short here and your stop right here, and then you hold on for the big move. However, we're getting a lower time frame and looking to scalp this move lower because higher time frame is suggesting price is going to go lower. So a big balance of buyers and sellers on the doji. Dragonfly doji is the exact same thing. The only difference is it is at the highs. I like to see this on pullbacks if I see it. It is a rare candlestick to see. Um, however, they do happen pretty rarely. However, it is a doji, however, a bullish doji. If you think about it, because at one time this entire candle was red, right? This entire candle was red. However, the buyer stepped back up and pushed it all the way back up to here. So that tells us bulls are in control on this particular setup. This is one you would want to see on a pullback, right? When you see the pullback to those key areas we talked about, that when you see this, that tells you, hey, price potentially is going to go higher from here. So this is a bullish reversal signal at those key levels that we talked about in the pullback section a second ago. All right, here is the Greystone Doji one. It's the same thing but bearish. Okay, and it's a gravestone doji, creative equal open and low and close at about the same price. Like it says right there, so use the bears reverse candlestick pattern. It mainly occurs at the top of uptrends, regardless how long it is. It's pretty prominent on blow off tops as well. The long upper shadow is generally interpreted by technicians as meaning that the market is testing to find supply and potential resistance is located. And the construction of the Great Stone Doji pattern occurs when bulls are able to press prices upward, however, area resistance found at the high of day and selling pressure is able to push all the way back down from the open. Can everyone else hear me? I do see that Alan and Lisa were having a problem. Everyone else still good with me? Good? Okay. All right, here is one that is pretty common. Hammer candles happen pretty often. Okay, so the hammer candle formation is created, just like it says there. I guess I don't really have to read this all to you, but basically, if you think about it, in this case, uh, the high at one point, this is all the way down here, and then the buyer stepped up and pushed it back up and pushed it past the open, right? At one point, it was all red, and then they took it past the open, and now it's green. So the the bulls are in control here. And they do say that this is also a bullish pattern, even though if it didn't completely cover the whole thing. So basically, this is noted that price, if it goes all the way to the high or not, is not as important, other than the fact that it has a long shadow. Okay, the long shadow indicates that buyers are in control. Shooting star, it's typically a bearish reversal pattern, because the way my mind looks at it is whenever let's just say it's a moving average that's like right here, right here is cruising up, or actually hold on, that's not right. We say price is cruising down like this, and then the candlesticks go like this, up, up, and up, up, and then they pushes it up, and the sellers push it down, and then the trigger short is when it breaks that low, as the trend, because the moving averages and whatnot are going lower. And so um, this is a reversal pattern, and it's the reversal candle that we look to see in those bear rally formations. Okay, so any questions about those consolidation patterns and or candlestick patterns? To me, they're pretty self-explanatory. Um, let's see here. Yeah. All right, I guess everyone's good. HCP, I was just thinking about that too. I'm pretty sure I'm going to know the answer here, but I have this document. If y'all are interested in it, I could get it put in the room drive, but it's all the candlestick formations I watch, and it has all of their patterns. Instead of being, it's in a Word document, but it's all of them. I just put them on my PowerPoint. But you can see it's all of them. It breaks it all down. This is from a swing trading perspective, but you also like where it says day. It's just more of like candle one, candle two instead of like day one, day two. But these are all ones that I look for, like my evening star, morning star, hammer, hangman, all of them. And as you keep going, I even have a few, and it has explanations. And then I have examples. This is something I used that I created a long time ago, actually, when I started training for that firm. And but yeah, has all the examples and everything like that. If there's something you're interested in, I can get it put in there because I do look for the main ones I look for are in the PowerPoint. Those are the main ones I watch. However, but this is a complete definition of all the ones if I like what I watch for when I'm swing trading and things like that. Y'all want that? Okay. I will get it put in there uh, later when I can after the class and whatnot. It might not just be aware. It may not be till Monday, as the staff that has access to do that are off enjoying their weekend. All right, different time frames will change the outcomes of candles. Do I start? Mike, that's a good question. Lucky for you, we get there. That's in the process part. All right, so setups traded and breaking down the entire process, right? So the three main setups that I look for, these are the three main things I trade. This is all three. So the trend continuation patterns are all of those consolidation patterns we talked about. And Burns, yes, it'll be in the class folder whenever it's all done there. So I'll look for these trend continuation patterns, or I will trade the reclaim of VWAP or the anchor VWAP, or I'll play the pullback or rally to these anchor VWAPs. Well, Burns. Okay. So I look for these, I narrow those processes from higher time frame, and I bring it all down. All right, and I narrow it down. But the best way, like I think, to explain this, I was having like as I was creating this, I was having a hard time trying to figure out how to articulate going from higher time frame to lower, like how it all ties together. So we're going to talk about it here, and then we'll get it down to a digestible. I'm pretty sure I got it here, but we'll get it all going. But the main things I look for is the pullback or rally to view up. This is basically actually it's on the next slide. But these are the three main things I look for on, we'll say, from the 1 minute up to the hourly time frame. And then from there, I finesse it down to the lower time frame that we trade with the wrinkle bars, to the wrinkle chart. Okay, does that make sense? So I look for these on the higher time frame, and then I narrow it down to the wrinkle chart for trade management. Make sense to you? Awesome. Okay. Paper trading. I know if you go to Top Step, I think you get a free paper trading account with them. I think. I'm not too sure about TradingView. I just use it for charting. Okay, I'm gonna say most of y'all get it. All right, continuing. All right, so the pullback or rally to the VWAP or the anchored VWAP, right? So remember, the anchored VWAP is anchored to those points that we talked about earlier in the setting portion of the anchored VWAP. Oh, I just anchored to those points. And so this setup occurs when price is trending in either direction, then a pullback or rally to the VWAP or anchored VWAP occurs. So when price returns to the anchored VWAP, I'm looking for price to pause at this level and then continue in the trending direction of the day. At these VWAP levels, I am looking for those reversal candlestick formations. I don't just enter at those VWAP levels. I enter when I get this trigger to take the trade in those levels. Does that make sense? So whenever price goes through those VWAPs, that's a level I want to watch, and then my trigger is a reversal signal or candle that occurs there. So that is how I tie that together. So it is nothing more than a level that I look for entry at right there. All right, so now there's another setup here, the reclaim of the anchored VWAP and the VWAP. This happens quite often lately, especially when things get a little bit volatile. Things have been kind of like up and down all over the place. I think your question's here, Thomas. The reclaim of the VWAP and anchor VWAP. So this setup occurs when price is trending in either direction on a higher time frame, but a lower time frame goes in the opposite direction of the VWAP or anchored VWAP. And then the reclaim is when the VWAP anchor VWAP setup happens when price gets on the other side in the same direction of the higher time frame. This happens quite a bit. It's happened a lot lately, actually, with like the recent morning flushes, right? Like here is an example. So I'll just use this on. I'll go to the 1 minute. Okay, so what would a reclaim be? So pretty sure most of us know that the higher time frames are trending higher, right? We have stacked EMAs, things are moving higher. And then we come over here to the lower time frame, the reclaim, price went below VWAP. The session VWAP is this blue line. Price came below it. And then the reclaim, the trigger to go long on this particular setup would be when we break back above it, that reclaim of the VWAP, right? And now we have an idea that, hey, price is potentially going to go up from here. Now, once I have this spot right here, this might be a good time to where we can show a actual example. I didn't mean to say that like Ron Burgundy 11. Okay. Okay, here it is right here. So here is the session VWAP, this blue line. And then I'm zooming here. Here is the reclaim of this VWAP. So price came down and then reclaimed it right here, right? And then from here, that is the spot right here. Now, so how would we trade that? Well, from that point when it broke it, there was a little bit of a trade right here. So as prices built in here, you could have caught that's a quick 10 points. And then the super trend turned red, right? As price pulled back here. Okay, cool. So it pulls back and then you wait for it to flip green. So it flipped green. Flipped green. And then from here, you could either get long and have this stop all the way out here, or I personally like to wait for the pullback close to the super trend because that's going to give me my best risk to reward. And then from there, you get your push up, and then you can scale along the way there. Hold on, this does not look right. Now I know why. I was like, did everything just change back to regular candlesticks? What's going on here? So that would look like on regular candlesticks. Okay, so yes, no, the wrinkle bars show you when trend is going to turn. Oh, it changed when I shared it. That explains. I was like, what is going on? Why is everything all of a sudden changing? Okay, so the break of it was about right here. So a quick trade could have been from here to here. Then it turned red, right? Okay, came back and tested VWAP, and then we're gonna keep on moving over. I'm gonna put my right here. Let's see where we at. Oh, that's the wrong time. No wonder it's not quite linking up. Y'all guys messing with my charts, messing me up. There it goes. It's like this should look a lot different. Okay. So we got the break right here. If I'm expecting price to go higher from here, which lines up with this spot. So you see the crosshairs, how I had them synced? You can look at them on this chart here, and then it syncs up with this chart here. So what's going on is whenever you see the break right here, which correlates right here, I don't like to buy that first surge up. I wait for that pullback. You see how the settings we have set on this super trend is just like money. Look at that, straight to it. Boom. So right here is at 47, sorry, 472.50. And if you would have caught it up to here, that's about 10 points. That's $200 on one contract. All right, and then it flips, it goes red. Okay, cool. We don't want to take it short because look, we have a higher time frame thinking bullish, right? Higher time frames looking bullish. So we come over here to 1 minute and then we get our flip green again. Great. Okay, so what do? We wait for our pullback close to super trend. You got close, got long, stops on the other side, and then you hold on for about 10 to 20 points, lock it up, and then it pulls back some more. All right, cool. All right, cool. And then you start to see the yellow bars right here. I'll start to flash yellow right here. That's when I get long again, stop on the other side, and then boom, I'll push back up again. Lock it up once it starts to stall. You get your pullback again, long again, stop on the other side. Boom, another one. Lock it up because it starts to stall. When it starts to stall, that's when I start to take profit. And then you get a pullback close again. And then you start to see the yellow bars popping up, long again, stop on the other side, and then boom. And then you ride it up again. So that is 4 trades on a VWAP reclaim. So we have higher time frame going up. We have a VWAP reclaim saying bulls are in control. And then we just use our super trend and our wrinkle bars for trade management. That's really all it is. And for me, I don't know, it just makes it's I don't know. When I started doing this, everything just kind of tied together in my head. And then, like I mentioned, the webinars, it just kind of put me in the peak of my trading career. Like after seeing all this, I just seen it happen over and over, and it's easy trade management, and I see the same patterns happen over and over. Um, it just happens. Is there any question about how? I know I kind of went over the process a little bit there. It goes in a little bit more in depth, and we're going to get to that. But as far as I want you to understand how I'm tying these charts together, does that make sense? I see Krishna is likes it and understands it, but does it? Do y'all, the rest of y'all getting it? Okay, so a lot of y'all are getting it. Excellent. Okay. All right, just wanted to confirm that how you see when price stalls when you see the wrinkle bars show turning. Yes, the when you see it live on Monday, that will make a lot of sense. I think, Victor. Whenever you see it, because when it's live, like if we were to use like this example right here. So what you'll see is when price comes here, this let me zoom in for you so you could see like it. So it's like fully understanded what's happening. So let's just say price is um, pulling back right to here. Right here, price will stop. And then this wrinkle bar right here will start flashing yellow. When it's flashing yellow, that means that it's starting to move up, but it hasn't closed yet. But once it closes, it'll go green. And then that's when the move unfolds. So it kind of flickers. When the market opens, you'll see what I mean. But it flickers yellow, giving you a heads up. Hey, this may be a pivot point and a chance to go long. As you kind of look at the 1050-ish and also 1110 times, I assume you would have taken those times, also got stopped out based on the chart in the upper left quadrant. Oh, let's see. Okay, that's a good question. So if you're, let's take a look. So you're saying 1050-ish, so about here. So this one right here, as we're talking about calling. Yeah. Okay. So what trade setup do you see here? Because there's only one particular way, and that's kind of covers it in the process a little bit when I cover the process side of it. But since you're seeing it here, I'll go ahead and answer it while we're here. So tell me, what are you seeing here, and we'll narrow it down. Um, go to 11. You saying? All right. So here's I'll put the mouse down here. This spot right here. Okay, right here. All right. So like would I have or wouldn't I not have taken this trade here? Okay. So you're talking about like the pullback to VWAP and to go long. Okay, so that's a good question. Okay, so now why wouldn't I have done this part versus this part? Great question. Okay, so that actually has to do with the pattern here. So remember we talk about reversal patterns, right? So whenever a price is pulling back and it's down here at the VWAP, this big bearish candle happened down here, and then this prints here. So whenever I see a candle like this, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Um, okay. Okay. So whenever a price hit here, flush down. Now, why wouldn't I have taken this one? All right. So it comes down to that there hasn't been a reversal signal here yet, really. And this big bearish candle right here has me thinking I don't want to go long until we clear this high. And this is kind of something that comes with experience. That's kind of like what's great about y'all being stuck with me for 3 weeks or to 3 months, is because I wouldn't take it as a reclaim because we have this high, and I would want it to reclaim this entire candle here. Because the way I see it, all price did was flush lower, price rallied up, and look, all it did was test this resistance level right here, and then failed again. Now, the reason what makes this one unique is it bounced. Like went like this, it kind of formed a consolidation pattern, and then we turned. It kind of has this little trend line, almost like a inverted head and shoulders formation there. So that is why I personally wouldn't have liked that one. And also, um, no, that's pretty much it, really. That was a clean pullback to view up, but the reason I don't like it is really because of this high right here. And yes, it is kind of a bear flag. However, I wouldn't have wanted to get short either, though. Oh, Anna Marie, thanks for sharing that information. Right, and I also wouldn't have wanted to get short, and this would cover more in the process side. But that was a good question there, Colin. Um, but we'll get talking about more. But that's really it. Um, really not this one because of this big candle right here. It's just pivot points, really. If you think about it, if it clears this high and price wants to turn, that will kind of give me more validation. But hopefully does that make sense there, Colin? That's the reason why I wouldn't have taken that one. And even if you would have, you would just stopped out, no big deal. Quick little trade. Okay, excellent. Do the yellow candles ever fake or fail? Um, yeah, I will say you can't just go chasing the yellow candles. It matters where they're happening. It matters where the candles are happening. All right. So let's go ahead and continue on. So the trend continuation patterns are just when price forms those consolidation patterns that we talked about earlier. And that's what it is. So we have the anchored VWAP levels where we want to look for those reversal signals or the reversal candles, right? We have trend continuation patterns that we look um, for price to move. And once we see those movements happening, we just tie them together and look to trade them on the Renko chart. All right, so now the process. Y'all good to keep pushing? Here we are. We started off with 2 hours in, and now we are 4. And we're going for 12. So, y'all ready? Okay. Okay. Let's keep on going. Okay, so the process. And my process really starts from higher time frame to down. And so I do look at the daily chart. Back from when all I traded was 0 DTE on SPX, and some of y'all actually traded with me during that time frame. Is as I'm trading, if you can see or I would say project how you think the next candle is going to move or close, then you can how it's going to move or close, then you kind of have a directional bias. Okay, so I look at the daily, then I look at the hourly, and then I just finesse it from there, and I'll get more into that here in a moment. But the higher time frames have the largest levels of importance. So what I mean, like say price is pulling back to like the daily 21 EMA or something like that, that tells me like, hey man, this is like a pretty solid little pullback that's unfolding. I might want to be a little bit careful here. Or another example would be if I go to the day chart. Let's go to the day chart here because this kind of happened recently. So this particular time right here, if I'm looking at the day chart, so price pulled back to the daily 21 EMA, even point of control, triggered when it broke this candle's on that. How did that actually happen? Okay, so when it broke this high right here. So it's kind of a reversal candle at a key level. When it breaks a high, that leaves me thinking I want to go bullish on this day. However, if say I'm looking short, because like there's this big candle here, and it's going to come down here and bounce. I don't know how far this one's going to go, but if price is coming down to the daily 21, that's kind of like where I'm going to like take profit and wait to see what happens afterwards. So if it's there, I'm not going to look shorting into it. I'm not going to do that. I want to wait to see how price reacts at that level first, because those levels still matter on the daily time frame. If they matter on the daily time frame, they're going to matter much more on the lower time frames. All right. So like I say here, if you can forecast and can expect today's trading day to close, then you can have a directional bias. So when you're looking at it, I want you to ask yourself: is price below or above yesterday's candle? Is price action consolidating? Is it breaking out? If it's breaking out in the daily time frame, chances are that there's going to be some intraday moves up to that same direction. If price is breaking out to the upside or downside, I want to trade price typically in that direction. When price is consolidating, that's when we have to get down to the lower time frames. Is price near a major support and resistance? Um, like if it's near any of those major moving averages and point of control, things like that. And then I narrow it down to the hourly time frame. I typically like to trade in the direction of the hourly time frame. So on the 1 minute chart. So if I can get the hourly trending one way, then I'll trade the 15. Granted, like it says here, once I started, that's when I was trading just the 1 minute charts. But once I started the Renko charts, the 1 hour time frame wasn't as important. And then now I could just kind of like ask myself, like, is hourly time frame trending or not? Is consolidating, breaking out? Is that an edge should be in? And so an example would be, okay, so I'm gonna zoom out here. So give me my volume profile. If your anchor, sorry, your volume profile doesn't pop up, you kind of have to zoom out. Then you could zoom in. It needs to get the data put in there. All right, so from here, like right here, this was kind of like chop. This move up here, that could have been a tradable move here, right? So if I see this happening, I would want to trade it to the upside. Um, and then also right here, right here is kind of, I mean, I was OPEX, so we don't really have a directional idea at this point right here. But I look at the hourly time frame, and if I can see price at the moment right here, it's above the 21, the 34, and the 50, and the 200 all trending higher at this current moment, then maybe we can get a push up to here. So if I see that the hourly is trending this way, then we might get a push up. And then if we start to get a push up, then I want to just narrow it down to the lower time frames and play in that direction. I'm using the higher time frames to pick my direction, and then I just keep going in that direction on the lower time frames. Because when a higher time frame is moving, there's going to be a lower time frame wiggles, and we look to take advantage of those lower time frame wiggles with the higher time frame. And the same thing with the 15-minute time frame. Things to ask yourself when you're looking at the 15-minute chart or even the 30-minute. I typically like to look at the hourly and 15 and the 1 minute. Like it depends on the time of the day, and I kind of like I bounce back and forth. Yes, the 30-minute 21 is great too. Um, so when it's early in the day, I'll look at like the 1 minute stuff. But as time moves on and things slow down, I'll look at the higher time frames, like the 5 minute or maybe even 3 minute. So the things to ask yourself when looking at the 15-minute or so, are the moving average stacked? If they're not stacked positive or negative, then typically that means price is going to be a little choppy. If price is choppy, then we could play support and resistance. Is price consolidating? Is there a continuation pattern forming based off of what we just covered? So tying all the time frames together. So when analyzing all the time frames, I'm looking for areas of confluences. I want them to move together. Bye, Janos. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sorry that it's all it went a little bit longer. I don't even control the recordings. My job is to produce the information. That is another person's job. So I cannot say how that stuff is going to go. And the business plan is coming up next too. But nonetheless, it's all recorded. All right, so tying it all together. We're looking for areas of time frames to be trending because if they're trending, then that's our highest probability trade. However, whenever they're not trending together, price could be choppy, and that's when we have to narrow our time frames in order to find these particular moments where we take advantage of them, or of the setups anyways, because there are even times when price is choppy where the VWAP may not be the best trade because the VWAP is going to, it may not have as much importance because things are choppy. All right, and kind of like what I described earlier over the super trend here, the idea behind the super trend indicator is I use it similar to the trailing ATR, how it's used, right? I have showed y'all earlier how I look for the pullback closer to super trend and look to take entry off of that. And then so I wait for a pullback to the super trend for entry, and then think of it as getting close into position as close as possible to my stop loss level and grab the greatest reward. So you have two. Once you're into position, you have two options, right? For me, I've been doing the quick scalps. I'm okay with taking a few trades, quick scalps. Or if you're, say, depending on your trading personality, you may get into position and just hold until the super trend flips. That is your call. However, lately I've been just taking quick scalps. I'll take a few quick trades and then just let those compound over time or over a few series of trades instead of like having to hold on to the wiggles. However, that's just me. It's obviously up to you on how you wish to do it, and I'm looking forward to see how all of you wish to do it as well. All right, and I already covered this earlier. This was a quick example of how we pulled back to VWAP, had a reversal signal that triggered that we had a 1 minute push up, and then how on the Renko chart provided several opportunities to take advantage of this one setup. So this one bullish setup off of the VWAP offered 3 opportunities to trade on the Renko charts. So minimizing our loss without having to sit through those pullbacks to help keep price going, or I guess keep the going with the trend with minimizing your risk there. Yes, the scalping does work better if you're like more trading on the apex side. If you have the intraday trail down, or sorry, if you have the intraday trailing stop loss drawdown or whatnot by like apex or elite even had one like that, then yes, scalping is best. If you're trading like end of day, um, if you're trading end of day uh, drawdown, then you absolutely could hold on for the whole move if that's something you're interested in doing. All right. So any questions on those setups? I feel like we kind of covered them a lot. I just kind of want to make sure that you understand how we're getting into position there. Yes, it will start flickering yellow. Okay, you'll kind of see it bounce back and forth in your super trend. Okay. Yeah, everyone good to keep on going? I believe we're near the end of this, finally. Good, good, good. The trigger is when it depends on the setup there, Henry. Yeah, they're pretty fast. Like I'm in position anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute or two. They're pretty fast. I'm in and out. But if you want to trade slower, by all means, you can slow it down if you want as well, just by expanding your time frame. What's unique about the setup is it is trader preference, and you can adjust it to the way you are adjust it to the way that you want to trade. And yes, Mike, I am using Forex Factory. They do move differently. You're correct. John, no, if I'm grabbing a few, I will scale out along the way. It depends on how aggressive I'm being and what account size I'm messing with. But you could scale out if you want, or you just take the whole chunk. There's really it works both ways, but I have done both to be quite honest. Like I don't have an exact answer for it, but I do both. All right. So this part, it's to me this part is kind of like the business part. It's kind of like self-explanatory, but I am going to explain this in a way that I kind of have it set up in my head. But once I say it, I think a lot of you are gonna be like, oh, okay. So this particular business plan is based off of trading multiple 50K accounts provided by the prop firms. We just saw that Elite Trader Funding offers 20 accounts in the 50K as well. And then and so from that perspective, this could actually be quite a bit more. I'm actually going to think about trying to do both for this business plan and kind of double it. Like, why not? right? And then so the business plan is based off those multiple 50K accounts. So if trading a minimum of 10 50K accounts provided by Apex or any of the other ones that offer you to trade multiple accounts, here's the plan I use to generate 10K or so a month with having low daily goals. That's what I think is really important about this. If you use this particular business plan, you can make your 10K a month by targeting about $100 a day. If you've never traded futures before, $50 a day comes pretty easily as long as you're getting it done right. Like, I mean, obviously you can take some losses, but $100, you don't need a huge move, is what I mean, to make $100. So all you need is $100 a day trading this particular way, and then you can make this kind of capital or cash. All right. So this is from the Apex breakdown here. Is um, Okay, to qualify for a payout, you have to get your 50K account to 52,600. So 52,600, and then the max you can withdraw at one time is 2,000 for your first few payouts. So now what's going on over here? After you have one account, do you purchase one at a time? No, unfortunately you have to do it all at one time, Steve. Oh wait, after you have one account, do you have to purchase one at a time? Okay, that's just a screenshot of that. Yeah, you can buy multiple accounts. You just have to buy them one at a time because each account is treated individual. Okay, so let's just say you got your account. That color's not going to work here. All right, so let's just say you got your account up to this level. Okay, yeah, cool. So the most you could take out is 2K in your first payouts. So they just changed the rules. Actually, this is no longer 10. So they made it better. Actually, it's now 8. You only need 8 trading days. So you need to trade for now 8 days to request a payout. So let's assume you have your account to 52,600, and now it's payout time. You request to receive 1,000 per account. If in this example, we have 10 50K accounts, right? So this will bring your account down to 51.6. All right. So over the next now, I guess I could fix that because they changed it. They just made this change the other day. 8 trading days. 8 trading days. Yes, Apex did this. Yes, Apex changed it to 8. Okay, so this will bring your account down to 51.6. This right here will give you $1,500 of wiggle room to be profitable again. 1.5K. That's a decent little risk buffer there, right? All right, so over the next 8 trading days, even if you just focus on 10, I will still say 10, um, all you need to do is generate $100 a day. So every 10 days, if you're making $100 a day, you could take out 10K. And over a course of a month, that is a 20K month, all by generating $100 a day. And that's on the lower end accounts. If you want to go to the higher ends and swing a bigger stake and all that stuff, like that is up to you. But from the 50K accounts, only from a 10 account perspective, making $100 a day is going to be 20K a month. However, if you have 20 and then you do more, so this is going to be where you're making $20,000 to $40,000 a month, and it's all from just making $100 a day. So does that make sense? I mean, that's pretty easy, and I've done this, and it's repeatable. All you're doing is reaching these low end goals, letting it compound, and then you could do this. So a trading day qualifies as opening and closing a trade. So no matter what it is, it's not 8 days past. It is 8 days of you opening and closing trades. So a trading day is defined by you opening and closing trades. So you can't just let 8 days pass and you do nothing. You have to, um, you do have to open and close trades to qualify as a trading day. Apex does not have a minimum uh, amount of cash per day. No. Yes, they're right now. They're part of the update is it looks like a lot more people are going to start going to live accounts. So I don't have any more information on that. I've even reached out to them. I don't hear a single thing. I actually with Apex under my personal name, I actually can't even purchase any more evaluations because I'm moving to live account. And so it's kind of like I'm just stuck waiting on them. They won't even get back to me. So yes, if you so much if you're doing well or whatnot, then yes, you do move to live accounts. Nonetheless, it's all the same. Rocky, I think you missed the point that there's 10 accounts. 10 accounts, you take out 1,000 each. It drops each account down only $1,000. And then Victor, the benefit of having a live account and a PA, it's all treated the same thing. Just one's going through the live market and the other one isn't. As far as like what's going to change, I don't know. They haven't even put out those rules yet. Like they haven't. That information is unavailable to anybody. How long it take to get moved live? I don't even know. Phone support? Probably not. I wouldn't have. If I owned one of these firms, I wouldn't have a phone. Heck no. Think how many people that have never even taken the time to learn to trade are in there trying to do things that they can't get done, or they're not even reading the website. Like most information on the website, but no one's doing the work to get the information themselves. So, anyways, this is based off of 10 accounts. You take out $1,000 each time, each pay period that you can, and then you could. And this is off of 10 accounts, so you can see how this low amount does compound pretty well. Yes, they're 33. Um, yeah, they make money from failure. Exactly. The difference is you guys are taking the time to learn to trade, and therefore you're gonna be ahead of the curve. But they make money from people's failure. They're basically the Vegas house. I have not experienced any slippage. I do get that question a lot too. I have not seen any slippage. All right. So does this business plan kind of make sense there? The trades are so short, Rocky. I actually just click the button. It's like I'll just hit market out, market in, market out. Why not? I don't trade in TradingView. I only trade in Tradevate on the DOM. That's it. I use limit orders sometimes to take profits, but either one. Like whenever I start to see it's time to get out, it's time to get out. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense once you actually start getting like, yeah, it's you're catching the quick move, you mark it in, mark it out. The goal is like just to take the quick cash and get out of the way. I'm not looking to catch some huge 50-point move. I want to be profitable, take my cash and get out of the way. Get in and get the cash and get out of the way. Like that's the goal there. The longest I've ran a funded account was 4 months. I'm glad you like it, John R. That's and think about this too. So and this is how I'm going to look to take this here, just so you're kind of aware of my plans as I'm doing this with y'all. So I'm grabbing some of those elite accounts, right? Elite accounts. I'm gonna grab 20 of them. I'm gonna do this business plan with those 50Ks, and then I want to have some Apex ones to also do it with 20. So then I could double this even more. That's double whammy. And so whenever that happens, I'm gonna see how that works out with two of them. So it'll be kind of nice, but we'll see. It's nice if it works. If it doesn't, then hey, I tried. Let me see. Trade copier. Yep. Easy peasy. Why did you run only the account for months, not keep going? Oh, because I ended up losing it. Look, losing like whenever I get these accounts, I'm not marrying these accounts. I'm going to lose it. They structure it to where you're going to lose it. Um, and I did get like I ran to a string of losing trades, and I was just like, hey, all right, and then you get to a point to where okay, I can either go to micros and try to keep this account and grow it. But that's going to take me 6 months or whatever to grow something going winning $20 at a time. Or would I rather blow these accounts? Like I'm going to YOLO it, try to get it back. All right, I blow it. I'm going to take the profits I have and just start fresh instead of trying to like milk this little bitty thing, trying to revive it. I'd rather just blow it and start over. That's just me though, because I'm taking my profits from here and I'm throwing it back into the system and then just continuously compounding and growing it. No, I don't start over frequently. No, not at all. It's more of like every, I don't know, month and a half or two or whatever. And then I also have accounts everywhere. Like, so it's kind of like, you don't have to marry the account. Like if you lose it, okay, keep going. What matters is, like I talked about in the webinar, is are you taking more payouts than what you're paying? However, like, that's the trade-off also too. So let's talk about that too. The 50K accounts, like, so trading normal size accounts in a 50K account is really leveraged to move in your way. But the reason I like to do that is because I want to get to hit those points. I want to get funded quickly, and I want to take out payouts quickly. I could do it in larger accounts and trade the same way I'm doing and have a larger drawdown. It just take longer to get there. But I don't feel like wasting my time and just like piddling around and going small. So I'd rather just like take it to the max and do it the whole time and just acknowledge like, hey, if I lose it, then I lose it, and then I just keep going. No, I can't buy any more evaluations because they want me in the live account. So I'm just stuck waiting to get the live account, newbie. Like I still have them, I just can't buy any more evaluations. So I'm stuck getting their live account. Uh, in that plan, yes, I am. They haven't even said anything. I think they're still setting up, which is why I still don't even know. I think that's why I still don't even know what the rules or what's going to happen. They haven't even put that information out. That's why I haven't got any. I don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, I trade one per firm at a time or pay something. Okay, no, I trade them all. Like I'll say I have some at the moment. So I just purchased some elite. So I have elite, apex, uh, top step. So I have these three so far. Like say I hit a profit goal here. All right, cool. Close that one. Hey, but the market's still good. I want to take some trades over here. Boom, hit that goal. All right, cool. Go over here. Boom, hit that goal. So like once I hit like a decent amount of money, a goal in each account, I just don't trade it. I trade the next one. Yeah, it says it right in my dashboard. Actually, there, David. But yeah. Okay, so let's continue on. Trading as a business. And y'all thought there was more, or thought it was over. um, but this part is relatively easy. So let me kind of like explain this part here. So trading as a business. I wanted to put more in here, but due to legal stuff, I can't actually come out and say a bunch of things. But what I can do is tell you how it has worked for me. And so I am not a licensed CPA. I'm not a lawyer. I can only tell you what's been working for me. I can't tell you how to do it. Okay. So, like, I personally trade under an LLC. You will have to talk to your tax professional to figure out which one is best for you because it varies from if you're from state to state. Um, so, it really just have to talk to whichever one for you to build. Me personally, I had mine built created while I was overseas. I used LegalZoom.com and just talked through those tax professionals and set up the way I needed to with them. So that's personally what I did. Now, something that most people are not aware of, personally, what I do is I track all my expenses for trading. This is my trading view bill. This is my trading view and trader view, my expense for purchasing evaluations, my expenses for whenever I was a simpler customer, every simpler class I've ever purchased was an expense. I would keep all that because those are cost of expenses and those are tax write-offs. And so I use those um, to trade as a business. So like every business in the world in or I would say every business in the US has tax write-offs. You as a trading as a business, you can also do the same. So everything that is an expense from trading gets jotted down and kept. I do have something that that I use for for tracking my expenses. I'm working on getting personal information and stuff out of it, and then I'm going to give it to y'all. It's an Excel spreadsheet, how I track my expenses, my profits, and all that jazz. And I'll show y'all how to use it during one of the live trading days, and you'd use it that way. Right. So, right, you're a 1099, so trader tax status does not apply, especially if you're a paper trading trader that actually gets profits. So you're actually not going to get it. You're actually not going to get it because it's like you're not actually taking money from the markets. You're taking paper trading profits. Um, yes. So I do have a separate bank. I do have a bank. Actually, I think it's in the next one. Okay. So here's actually the example. So I have two examples here. So I did talk about the small account example, right? So you have a small account. You have a small account, and then you are looking to grow it. I say don't spend all your small account on like options or anything, or even put it to day trade futures on your own. I say purchase a evaluation, in my personal opinion. Now, but now let's just say you have. Oops, let's go back. That's not what I wanted. I didn't even know that was there. What else is next? Oh, okay. Well, this is the end of it. Okay, so trading is business. Okay, so let's just say you actually have a decent account. The issue here is, um, okay, so this is something I learned a long time ago trading for that firm in Afghanistan. So trading in a peace of mind is going to help you tremendously. There is nothing better than trading in a peace of mind. Everyone has losing slumps. John Carter has losing slumps. Everyone has little slumps to where you no longer trade like at your best, right? So in this example, let's just say you have $25,000. And then so once you have $25,000, what I personally did, I'm gonna use this as my example. What I personally did is well, if I want to use it personally, how I started off with 50K. We'll use about my example. I had $50,000. I created my LLC. I opened a bank account under my LLC, and I put my 50K in my bank, in my business account. Now, so whenever trading hits a slump, trading slumps happen. So nothing is more stressful than if you have a family, a mortgage, wife, whatever, um, than not being able to pay your bills. However, say you have a losing month, your month was no good, like frowny face, right? Month was no good. Like it's a pretty good piece of mind. You know what? It's okay. I'm just going to have my business pay me. It's going to pay my personal bank as an employee. Um, it's going to pay me enough to pay my bills. So now I'm no longer stressed about, oh man, I have to hurry up and get these funded. I have to hurry up and get all this done. No, don't stress it. Don't push it, especially if you're in a losing streak. That only makes it worse. Just have your business and your savings help you stay afloat for one more month, and then especially the amount of money you can make in one month can easily replace what you're having to pull out. So um, that this is just a business plan on how to still pay your business, have a reservoir to keep you afloat, and then really have trading as your full-time job. Basically, this is how I do it. I have it in saving, I have it in my business account. If a trading slump happens, I pay myself through that way, and that pays the bills, and it keeps everything hunky dory. You just keep on rocking and rolling. Like I said, I'll get that income and expense report to you guys, but I need to take some information out of it, and then I will submit that down to y'all. So I'm gonna go through the chat. It's so cool. Hopefully some of that stuck with y'all. Okay, yep. Okay. All right, so you open 50K account with trade available, trade 10 So according to that business plan, you open up another 9. Yeah, that is correct. You would need a total of 10 according to that business plan. But you don't have to start with 10. Start with 1 and get it funded and see how you feel. But according to that business plan, yes, there is 10 right there. All right. So, as I bring you to finally the end of this 2 hour class, does anyone, what questions do y'all have? Seeing what's the end of it here, seeing what else is here. All right. So, if you liked what you were hearing here, um, so what's happening here is that, okay, say if you are interested in moving to the 3 month elite live trading instead of your 3 week, and you want to go for 3 month, there is the link on the bottom, and you could also talk to your account representative, and they can hook you up with there. Also, same thing with PayPal. The same thing continues. We have a 0% interest for 6 months. And if you're wanting to do it on your own, there'll be more. If you're not sure, I mean, I get it. This was just put at the end of the slide, I guess. And then at the end of the 3 weeks, this will be presented to you again if you're interested in staying for 3 months and upgrading from there. Um, and then there's that, just if you want to follow my YouTube and all that jazz. And then also, I want to be seeing y'all every day in the live trading. But if you have any questions about the like setups and all that stuff, feel free to ask me in there because I'm in there. But if I'm not in there, feel free to email me at Kody.Ashmore@simpletrading.com. I'd love to help you with your questions. But however, it's something a little bit more not directed towards this class. I unfortunately can't help you. You would need to email support, or you could even call them according to this phone number down here. And then that will hook you up with whatever questions you may have based off of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and read through the questions here to make sure everyone is all squared away on it, because I know that's a lot. But this will more likely be presented again also at the end of 3 weeks. All right. So, okay, that's the last question. So your business is not trading, it's business services. Yeah, basically. Stoic Trader Mike. Blake Richardson, I have no idea. My CPA handles that. Burns, I'm glad to have you for 3 months. Oh, thanks, VJ. Yes, Lisa. All of the sessions are recorded. Oh, just like Mirza hooked it up there. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's been a lot of as whenever the dates were first established, there was a few things like, oh, we can't trade because of Christmas because it's so long. We forgot to accompany for all of that. Then so whenever we started when we came across that problem, oh, okay, so some of the dates need to be updated, but for the most part, y'all are stuck with me for a long time. And then Philip, the max level trading threshold on Apex is primary cause of blown accounts. Let's see, is the max level trailing threshold. What do you mean by that, Philip? Can you elaborate a little bit there? XP, your plan is moved to, okay, elite after a week 2 of live, as unsure if I can trade as fast as seems necessary. That's fair. If yes, most definitely. Awesome, HCP, glad to have you around. Okay, how do I classify the cost of Apex accounts? Trading membership fee, self-created data fee. To be honest, I don't know. I just explain what it is to my CPA and he handles it. That's him. He's in Oceanside, California. He handles all of that stuff. I have no idea. All right. Okay, question. If you get a larger account like the 250K, would you increase contract size? Yeah, Dwayne, you can if that is something you're interested in. You can, so you can look at it two ways. You can increase contract size and be just as aggressive for the 50K account, or you can trade it the same way and go with the 50K and just do it the same 50K way and just have a longer drawdown. But if you want to hit it hard, then just larger contract size if that's what you want. So I'm not going to tell y'all how large a position to put on. Ultimately, what matters is what you're comfortable with. But I will tell you when I'm getting in. If you want to get in larger, that is your call. If you want to get in smaller, that is your call. If I'm trading the ES, but you want to trade the micros, that is fine. That is your call. Because there are two ways to go about this. You can go hardcore, you can push it hard, acknowledging, hey, I might blow this and be funded the next day. Or you could take it nice and slow and grow it and be like, okay, I don't want to buy anymore. I just want to get funded on this one time. That's two different ways. I've done it both. I've gone like, I'm just going to go slow and steady, be this just fine. I've also done times where, what, I want to hit it hard today and I want to be just funded tomorrow. It goes both ways, and that really is trader preference and how your situation is and how you want to handle it. But Dwayne, yes, you could. But yes, to answer your question, you could go on larger if you want, or smaller. Choice is yours. Yeah, awesome. I'm glad so y'all are excited. Awesome. Commissions on Trade no idea. I don't even pay attention to commissions. I don't, to be quite honest. They don't matter. It's a funded fake paper trading account. Commissions are irrelevant. And then what do I find I trade most in my system? Mostly, if I had to really narrow it down, it really depends. Like I used to only focus on the ES, the NQ lately, but as of now, with all this sector rotation going on, I just focus on the best setup. Like on Friday, I haven't traded the YM in a while, and I traded the YM on Friday. And then the other day, I haven't traded the Russell in a while, but the Russell was looking pretty good, so I traded the Russell. So it's really just where the best setup is at the moment. But the NQ is definitely up there, Tom Mim. In Henry, I trade the Russell, the YM, oil, ES, the NQ, and gold. Okay, let's see here. On the Apex sign up page, each account for TradeAvate options list a trillion threshold, for example. Okay, 2,500 bucks. Okay, so no matter what the account balance reaches, there is a yes. That's in the evaluation. Yes. Yes, Philip. So yes, that is the max available drawdown from account high with Apex. And then do I have a profit goal per contract per day? No, I look at it per day. It really depends what I'm doing. So this personal business plan right here, really all you have to do is make $100, $200 a day, and then you hit this business plan, right? So whenever you have that small goal, but typically I aim for if I hit the $200 to $400 threshold across 20 accounts, that's like 8 grand. Like I just like, okay, cool, I made 8 grand a day. Call it a day. 2 to 400 is kind of like the sweet spot. There are times where I can consistently hit about $600. That was kind of like I don't even know, a lot of it was during the webinar too. If you notice during the webinar, a lot of them were like 695, 640 something, whatever. I was hitting 600 pretty consistently. But the ultimately the I like to, I guess 2 to 400 is, we'll call it the sweet spot if I had to look for account size or profit goals, anyways. Yes, the PowerPoint for this class will be available in the class drive soon. And it's a specific time of the day, Jenna. I trade basically the first. We'll call it the first 2 hours of the day. Sometimes I'm done beforehand, but I trade the first 2 hours of the day. Carrie, as far as like how do I know the best instrument to trade for the day, you'll see that during live trading. You'll kind of see my process, how I narrow it down. Um, and then I think that'll answer that question the best. All right, cool. Yeah, thank you for helping out Blake there. Yep, it is just it's really just account fees. Yep. Yep. And once you're funded and you grow it, you're now drawdown. You could trade as much as you want. So once you're funded, Apex anyways, you're actually sorry, that's not right. Once you're funded, you're now trailing drawdown is this $100 above your account size that you purchased. So say you grow it up to like 56,000 and you keep on taking losses, you're actually not going to blow it until you hit trigger that level right there. It's just the 2,500 is whenever you are in the evaluation phase. Once you're out of the evaluation phase and you take it up to the 52.6, now this is your trailing drawdown. And then let's see if I have Apex PA account, does TradingView connect to TradeAway? I personally, you can't copy trade on TradingView, so that's why I don't do that, Henry. All right, for live trading on Monday, we just go to link in class. Yes, you do. And then what's up, Rich? Haven't seen you in a while, my man. Hope you're doing well. You said you were going to be in the room on Monday. What room? Um, that is at this classroom. Oh, this. So the link to the live trading, that specific room, I'll check in there every day. So like on Monday, even though we're not doing live trading, I encourage all of you to show up in there and share your trades. What are y'all watching based off the class? What are you watching? And then from there, kind of like help each other build up. Like in there, I'm going to share what I traded, how I traded. That way you can see what I'm doing, even when it's not being done live. So I think that's repetitions is going to help you subconsciously start to see this over and over. And then Lisa, yes. So if you can't trade during the day, what I will say is, I personally, if I have to say I have things during the day going on, I adjust my trading schedule two ways if I have to. If I could trade early morning, we'll say 5 o'clock Central, maybe 4 o'clock Central AM, I will trade oil because oil's moving because the European markets. However, if I can't hit that time, I will make an afternoon trade, like the last hour of the day. Then you can get some trades in through power hour. Sometimes around 1 o'clock p.m. Central, there's a good VWAP trade where price is going to revert to the session VWAP, and then the trend will continue from there as well. Those are some ways I adjust whenever I'm busy during the day and I can't get to those trades, but those are adjustments that can be made. And so yes, Stoic Trader, I won't be sending out trade alerts. I won't be live streaming and whatnot, but I will share what I made, the trade breakdown I did, like a chart. I might even make a video, I guess. I just do a video breakdown and then post the link to y'all to check it out so you can see what unfolded. But that's the goal there. But I do encourage all of you to go in there, share your trades with everyone. I do want to see for everyone to. Yes, there is a room for those of you that are doing the live trading. Yes. It's actually this room right here, actually. Like whenever you log in the same way, you go to your classes and everything, it'll say uh, log in to classroom. That's going to be the live trading here. It'll be done right here. But you can still come in here and chat just like you would in a normal room. I would think there is an ulterior motive for Apex to initiate you going from PA live. Okay. David, I have no idea, man. Yeah, it's almost like having a Discord channel. HTTP, yeah. So the trade copier and Trade okay. So I only use the trade copier and Trade I know Apex sells a third-party one, but I personally don't use it. If you're using Rhythmic, you might have to use their trade copier. I am not 100% sure. On average trades per day, usually 2 to 3, depends on how I'm jamming with the market, to be quite honest. It depends on the setups and things like that, but typically I will say 2 to 4 if we had to really make a guess on how many trades I'm taking a day. Oh, good to know. There, Stoke, I did not know that. Is there a max profit you should make each day? No, not Lisa. No. Oh, you're welcome, John R. I'm glad you enjoyed it there. Absolutely. There's no way we're going to rush through that and allowing everyone to fully understand what's going on. That would have been too much. I have no idea, Stephen, about the CME pushing anything at all. And I go into some detail about how to link your TradingView and TradeAway accounts so they work in real time. Thomas, I cannot, because I do not. Once again, you cannot use the trade copier on TradingView. It does not work. Does not work. So that is why I initiate my trades on Tradebate. Thanks, Tony. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I stopped trading once I hit my goal. Not really because it's a consistency rule, but because I can't lose my money if I don't put it back in. So I just do like once I have my profit goal, I'm done. That way, because once I have a profit and then I lose the profit, I get more annoyed at myself. So once I hit my goal, I close my trading view. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I can't lose it if I don't click any more buttons. And that's when I get more annoyed at myself. Sometimes great moves happen afterwards. I am more than happy to let it go without me because I can't lose what I've already won. So I let it go. So yes, I once I hit it, I stop. Right, Stephanie is so different. I'm glad you like the Stoic. Thank you, Wayne, as well. Profit goal, I only look for, like I said, $200 to $400 a day. Yeah, David, pretty much straightforward. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the kind words. Here I did what I do on Friday, Steven? Oh, yeah, I guess I did do that on Steven on Friday. Let's see. What does a trade alert look like when live trading? Okay, live trading will be all verbal. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna scroll up here. Okay. All right, trade is going to be verbal. Your head is spinning. Digest. All right, cool, Alan. Yep, let it digest, or just check out the live trading and see how it goes from there. And then column C sounds like a deeper dive and consistent rule may be in order. If we do 400 a day and then 100 seems like it would violate the rule. You're overthinking it. So basically, like I don't know, I don't worry about the consistency rule. If I'm continuously making $200 to $400 a day, then you're hitting it just fine. It's your biggest win can't be larger than. So let's just say you make $1,000, depending what firm you go with. If your largest one is $1,000, or over the course of, or if we're doing the business plan actually, right? We're going for $100 a day or whatever, and you trade 10 days, and you made $1,000 is all you need to make out that 10 or 20 grand, right? If you're consecutively hitting 100, but then say you hit a $400 day, depending on which firm, you're still fine. But if you have like if you go to 500, that's 50% mainly because out of that 1,000, 500 be 50% of the total winnings, right? So it's percentage of the total winnings of that payout. So that's really where the consistency rule comes in. And depending where you go, it matters. Depending where you go, they all have different ones. Oh, thanks, Blake. Just to clarify, I do said a max stop out. What do you mean by max stop out, Dwayne? Yeah, you're welcome, Colin. Order execution. Do I type trade into trading view and place an order? Is there a form you fill out? Oh yes, I do have stop levels. So the stop levels are basically um, the stop levels that I use here are the super trend here. So in this example right here, Dwayne, say price is coming down and I start to get long here, my stop's on the other side, and then I look for that push up. Good to know. So I've actually never used that. Yeah, just outside. I use it as my guide. So we have these higher time frame trends, and then we look for these lower time frames to keep us in the trend to catch those quick scalps. That is correct. Oh, okay, sorry, at least I'm just saying this here if you're still here. Okay, you haven't traded futures before. Any suggestion? Little nervous, usually SPX. If you trade the ES, I would say you're going to find it a little bit easier than SPX, in my opinion. If you trade the NQ, you might have a heart attack. Just because the NQ is like a bucking bull on some caffeine. But that is pretty much a good equivalent there. But if you have to, like, just watch me do it on Monday or so. I will send out a trade review on, or sorry, watch. We do live trading on Tuesday. I'll send a trade review on Monday from what I do, and kind of get everyone up to speed. Yeah, you're welcome. Don't trade copper. I won't. I'll just stick to what I know. Or is it a natural gas? I heard that's a rough one too. What do they call it? The Widowmaker. I've never traded. I never traded it, but I've heard it has that name for a reason. All right. It looks like all questions are answered. Okay. So what I will say is, all right. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me this Saturday. I know it looked. We started off with 2 hours and we ended up going for 5. I will say thank you all very much for hanging out with me. Hopefully, you enjoyed the presentation. Hopefully, it made sense. I really think a lot of dots will be connected once we do it together. What I would suggest is whenever we get to Tuesday, at least, have your trading view set up. Um, if you're going to be trading, have whatever firm you're wishing to go with. I will. What I am going to be doing is going to be going ahead and getting. I will be getting. I'll grab a few accounts, and I'm going to. Those are going to be in the evaluation phase. So that way, I am going with you the entire route. And ultimately, the goal is to at least get you one big payout. That is my goal here. Like I want to get you to funded and to at least receiving a payout. That is my goal. And I can't wait to see it happen. To be quite honest. Um, yeah, David. So they sent the email out, David, that they changed it to 8 days. Apex is an extremely slow moving company. They say they're going to do something, and they change something, but it actually won't be on the website probably till the next year. That's just the hard facts of it. They are a slow moving business. I also know they're growing a lot, so it takes a few things. But I did receive a email and it's like a live interview thing. It's on YouTube and all that stuff where the CEO talks about how they just changed it. All right. So I guess y'all guys are all good. All right. That's all I wanted to say there. Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. But like I said, I'll end it with this here. And Mirza, thank you very much for hanging out with me this entire time. Sorry, I know it did go over. And Mandy, if you're in the background listening as well, thank you very much for making sure I don't crash the website or something. And but thank you, and I do apologize for there was a few audio issues along the way. But once again, I do want to encourage all of you, um, come hang out in this room on Monday. I am going to pop my head in, and we can share what setups we're seeing based off of the class. I am going to give this PowerPoint to the individuals in charge to get that put in the room drive as well. And looking forward to making this happen with all of you. So y'all have a awesome rest of your weekend. Thank you very much for hanging out, and I'll see y'all on Monday. And if you have any questions, like I said, just feel free to email me at just right here, Kody.Ashmore at simplertrading.com if you have any questions, and I'll get you squared away the best I can. Janos, no, you do get a different username and password with every firm you go with. All right, thank you, everyone. Have an awesome day. Like I said, thank you, Mirza. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, all the Simpler Trading team that's here. And I will see y'all on Monday in here. Yeah, it won't be live trading, but I'll be around. Take care, everybody.